Hello everyone. I'm very glad to welcome you in an event of the Horizon Europe Grant Caponeu Consortium event, which is our workshop, Political Novel in Europe and Migration Exile. I would very like to ask our leader of our consortium, Zrinka Božić, to address a few words to all of us.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm really happy to be here. My name is Zrinka Božić, and I'm Associate Professor of Literary Theory and History at the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences at the University of Zagreb. And I'm really, this is not my first time in Poznan, so we already have the third, I think. And I'm coming next month again. Fourth. Then next month will be fifth. Yes. So, and I was asked to say a few words on behalf of the Caponeu Consortium to our colleagues who are not members of the consortium and who are sitting here with us and contributing to our workshops, I hope, with questions and discussions. And it will be also a great opportunity for us to show what we are doing in our project and how we are addressing the contemporary political and social issues from the perspective of literature and of political novel. As you know, this project is being financed by the European Commission through the program of Horizon Europe and UCRI, or UK Research and Innovation Agency. The consortium has lots of institutions of different profiles included in the work on the cartography of political novel, from universities, University in Poznan, University in Zagreb, University of Brighton, Cambridge University, then we have a research institute, CFL from Berlin, then we have University of Nicosia, also in the European South, and we have Autonomy, which is a think tank based in London, and we have Slobodna Domena, which is a cooperative for digital code and design in Zagreb. Also we have other partners like University of Zadar, responsible for the work on sociology of education. There is also Institute for Political Ecology and various others, partners, cultural institutions like Zamek Center, yes, for based here in Poznan, the biggest cultural center in Poland, I think, yes. We have book clubs and different roundtables and different other activities that are not only academic in this project. This is why the consortium is built up of partners of different profiles. Because the purpose of the project is not only the academic research, but also one of the purposes is to activate our academic knowledge on literature, political philosophy, political theory, sociology of education, and put it, how to say, in to activate it for the benefit of our societies. So this task was a challenge that was put in front of the team when we started preparing the project proposal, and as you all know, it is not easy to find a way to put knowledge from humanities in such a context and to convince the funding bodies to support these kind of efforts. So I'm really grateful that the proposal that we have prepared collectively has been recognized and supported by our major funding body in Europe. So this is and I think it is a huge step also for literary studies, because for us it is not something that happens very often. So I'm really proud of that. Thank you, and I don't have any other new information on the project, and I hope that we will have 2 days of fruitful discussions, and that the colleagues who are not members of our consortium will be interested to maybe participate in our future events on the cartography of political model. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Rinka. I would add just a few words. I'm welcoming everyone, but also welcoming our online guests. And just small technical information for our online guests. If you would have any questions for the presentations, you just text it, and we'll read it and ask these questions. We will have one presentation today, which will be online by Vedrana Velichkovic, and we will use this connection with her via Teams. Dear friends, maybe I will start like Patrick during our event in Berlin, said a few words about the district where this conference took place, just a few words about the place where you are, because it is a bit strange maybe for someone who comes here, especially from Germany, because it's like little Berlin here. This part of Poznań was rebuilt in the beginning of the 20th century, when this part of Poland was occupied by Germans over the century already, and they decided to make some special district, Kaiser's district, this Emperor's district here, as a representation of the mighty of German culture and the propaganda information that they are the accumulation of the heritage of history. So if you would go out from the building, you will see all the styles in architecture. You will have classical style of the opera. Then you have the building, the castle, there's the cultural center, Zamek. It was designed to be the seat for the emperor. And it is in Romanic style. Then you look at the building of the rector's office, which is Renaissance style. And this is, it was inspired by the town hall from Bremen. And then you have this building, which is which should resemble a Baroque palace, yeah. And what is really interesting about this particular building, it was designed and it served as the seat of colonial commission, German colonial commission. So they were buying lands from Polish owners and settling German farmers. Ironically, now this is the seat of the Faculty of Polish and Classical Philology. Here, lots of changes, lots of histories, lots of layers of history are in this building. If we'll have the moment, I will make some presentation in the break for you about this about this place, for a few more information. Tomorrow, before the dinner, we will also look at the old market of the Poznań. We will have just a small trip just to present you the old town of Poznań, because our program is very intense, so there will be a danger that you will see nothing about Poznań. Yeah? Okay, the Poznań team which is as a part of Caponeu. Poznan team is responsible for the preparing event that will make that will help us to research special issue and how the political novel in Europe discusses, reveals the tension between democracy and authoritarianism. There are three main events from Poznan team. This time we put in this frame the issue of exile and migration. Next workshop will be on the issue of class distinctions. And the final one will be just a huge conference, yes, that will summarize all these issues. The idea of our workshop is not only to discuss how this political novel in Europe present this issue, discuss it, but also to discuss it in an open group of researchers. And this is why we invited to our colleagues from NGOs, from Poznan Migrant Point, and this is why tomorrow in the morning we go to the Poznan Migrant Point, and there will be two presentations of our dear colleagues, Marta and Alicia, who are here with us. And so this is why we want to connect academic and extra-academic experiences and knowledges about the issue of exile and migration. Of course, we have divided these papers into some sections, but of course, of this perspective will be in a dialogue in some way. What was striking for me when the abstract was sent, I almost read all of these novels, and maybe just two Spanish without translation that I could not read because I do not speak Spanish. And I must say that this is really something like an incredible material, yes, to discuss, to talk. I think we will have some very interesting meeting during this workshop. Okay, and so and now at the end some technical remarks. Each presentation is 25-30 minutes, and we discuss it immediately. Okay, so we just follow the example from the Berlin team, from the Berlin way of arranging it, and we think it is good, but we just avoid fishbowl. Because of the fishbowl discussion, we thought that maybe during conference, yes, it is more proper than during the workshop. So this is it, and the person who will have the presentation will be invited to come here. We have a pilot of you have the presentation, yes, to use it. If not, you do not have to, but because of the camera and online streaming, it is designed, yes, for the person who had the presentation to stay here. Okay? Okay? So as our online guest could see you and more easily follow your presentation. Right? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, and I think it is a moment to start the first section. It is quite easy for me because Rinka is the first person and to have the presentation, and I am present to be a chair. So I just stay here and continue my talk. Okay, and more easier thing is also because Rinka has presented herself, right, as a scholar from Zagreb University. Her interest is the relations between theories of literature, theories of politics, and she quite recently published her book on avant-garde communities as some prototypes of possible communities, social communities that could be rethinked in this way. And I must tell you that we are making some resonance of the book in Poland, okay? Because whenever I go to some cities, academic cities in Poland, I mention your book, yes? And then there is some, someone who makes, there is some reception. growing reception of your monograph. But Zrinka is also a marvelous leader of our Caponeu team. She collected all of us. Yes, she helped us, yes, to join all the perspectives. She was she planned all this, all these stages of our work of it, and she was, I think, most of us maybe we do not trust so strongly that we will be successful as Zrinka. But Zrinka always trusted. Yes, so that's why at the end we had this slogan: "In Zrinka we trust." So this is the person. I would like to ask Professor Zrinka Božić to have her presentation, the politics of exile, the exile for politics. The floor is yours.
Okay. I just need to. Where is it? Yes, this one. I have just few slides, and I apologize in advance because this is, I think, the second time that I'm having presentation with PowerPoint. So if I'm a little bit messy here, I apologize for that. But it is, I used it just to save some time, and so that you have some coordinates of the books and of the literary and political context of the literary oeuvre I'm going to discuss in my presentation. I will start with the question of political commitment of a writer, and as you know, the writer and his political commitment were often enough, except in the case of exceptional personalities, such, for instance, Sartre, to recklessly attach such a label to their poems, dramas, or prose texts. One such author was the Croatian writer August Cesarec, a communist, an exile, a prisoner, a fighter in Spain, who was killed on 17 to 18 July in 1941 by members of the pro-fascist Croatian Ustaša regime. In the introduction to one of the only two scholarly monographs dedicated to Cesarec, Argumenti za revoluciju, Arguments for a Revolution, by the historian Zorica Stipetic, Zorica Stipetic states that the monograph was published in 1982. And she states that at the time, in socialist Yugoslavia, Cesarec was a value that was taken for granted rather than known and researched. A few sentences later, she adds that the majority of scholarly and essayistic interpretations saw him primarily as a writer who, in the dilemma between literature and revolution, decided in favor of the revolution, subordinated his art to it, and sacrificed creative freedom and became a dogmatist who was almost lost for literature. The literary critic and historian Marin Franičević, for example, described Cesarec's life as the drama of a writer whose uncompromising revolutionary stance sometimes led to literary inconsistencies, just as his literary orientation prevented him from fully realizing himself as a revolutionary. This interpretation was repeated in socialist literary criticism and even reinforced after the 90s, so that Cesarec was portrayed as more of a publicist than a writer, more of an activist than an artist, or as a man who devoted himself entirely to the tasks and goals of his party. Apart from the ideological turn that a large part of Croatian literary scholarship took in the 90s, And taking into account the earlier reception, it seems almost incredible that the literary work of a writer whose name was very present in the public sphere in socialist Yugoslavia, in the names of streets, cultural institutions, publishing houses, schools. We have many schools today in Croatia that have the name of August Cesarec. Streets, ships. This is one of the most famous monument in Osijek of August Cesarec. And I have put together this slide in this crowded way, just to demonstrate what a dense political life he had. So the first, I'm just going to explain and I'm going to continue reading so that you have the coordinates. The first photo is when he was arrested as a student of high school when participating in an attempt to kill Austro-Hungarian, authority in Zagreb. And he was sentenced to prison sentence for a few years. He never graduated. This second one is the journal that he co-edited. It was an avant-garde in political and in artistic sense journal that was banned, censored, and everything. Co-edited with Miroslav Krleša. The third photo is the photo of Lev, the famous futurist, formalist journal that was edited by Vladimir Mayakovsky in Soviet Union, and Cesarec published one article in that while being for the first time in the 20s in Russia. And then Španjolski susreti, Spanish encounters. It was not enough for him to go twice to Russia. He also participated as a fighter in the Spanish Civil War. And the photo here below, this one, these are the Yugoslav fighters, communist fighters participating in the Spanish Civil War. Cesarec is this one. There are also some photos of him in the battlefield. These two are the famous photos of him as a young man and later on as a writer. And Današnja Rusija is one of his travel books. You know, it is a special genre in the literary left, the travels to Russia, to Soviet Union. He visited Soviet Union twice. Once in the 20s, and was impressed by everything what was going on with the avant-garde and everything, and then for the second time in the 30s, and he was also impressed. So, but not in a way that has been often pointed out in literary reception of him as a dogmatist or something like that. So it's not so. And the last segment is dramatic because it is part of the wall where when he was sentenced and imprisoned by Ustasha regime, and he wrote there that here are the intellectuals and the communist intellectuals and thinkers and revolutionaries that are imprisoned here, and the final word is long live Soviet Croatia. So it's here. It's not very good. So these are these mythic photos that have made him a public figure, and I wanted you just to see how it worked. But his work remained unknown, unread, and unexplored. His literary work, it is so unbelievable that him being such a mythic figure at the same time did not receive a proper literary reception. And this is supported by the fact that only 2 conferences on Cesarets have taken place ever in Yugoslavia, only 2 times. One since 1945, up to date. Well, the first one was organized in 1965 by the Institute of Literature of the Yugoslav Academy of Science and Arts in Zagreb, and the Institute for the History of Croatian Labor Movement, which is now named as the Institute for History. And the second one was organized 15 days ago in Zagreb as an introduction to this year's Subversive Festival. After the first conference, 4 texts were only published. 4 texts as a part of the Radyazu edition, which is a journal, although 24 papers were given at the conference. You know, 24 papers and only 4 articles. In May 1978, at the 10th Symposium Zagrebački književni razgovori, Zagreb Literary Talks, it was held then, and it was dedicated to Cesarets and Miroslav Krleža. And of the 37 lectures, only 3 dealt with Cesarets. Everything else was about Krleža. Historians were more interested in his journalistic and political work because Zorica Stipetic that I mentioned, she is a historian, and this very important monograph is a work of historiography. It has nothing to do with literary criticism or literary history. So historians were more interested in his journalistic and political work than the literary historians and critics were in his literary writings. Despite occasional individual attempts, there has been no systematic study of his oeuvre, and almost all historical research has focused primarily on his political biography. The frequent comparisons with Miroslav Krleža, his contemporary, his friend, comrade, co-editor of the journal Plamen, were particularly damaging for Cesarets. And what is even more interesting, they were born in the same year, in the same city, and they moved in the same circles. Both were communist. Krleža was not a member, but was considered to be, and Cesarets was a member of the party. It has often been repeated that Krleža represented an undogmatic, anti-socialist, realist, modernist position in the Yugoslav version of the conflict of the literary left in the 30s, that started in the 30s, so that with the dramatic political turn of the Yugoslav Communist Party in 1948 and the break with Soviet politics, a new cultural policy began that largely coincided with Krleža's positions. Paradoxically, Cesarets was marginalized as a writer while he was praised as a public figure. His political biography as a hero and a communist martyr completely overshadowed his literary work. He wrote poems, novellas, novels, plays, travelogues, essays on social, political, historical, literary, psychological and other problems. He translated the works of Gorky, Hugo, Zola. His first book was a volume of expressionist poetry. Over the course of his life, he authored 8 novels. All of them were political. Bijeli Lutalac, here are the novels. So you have, I have tried to translate, maybe not very successful, but at least you have the idea. 8 novels, Bijeli Lutalac, written in 1917, published in 1982, then Christ and Judah, written between 21 and 24, published also in the 80s, then Čuk u njenom duplju, which little owl in the tree hole, I really don't know how to put it better. Then it was published in sequels in journal Viennac, literary and cultural journal Viennac, and it appeared as a book in the 50s. Then Kći crne ruke, the daughter of the Black Hand, also published in sequels in the 20s. Then Careva kraljevina, Emperor's Kingdom in 1925. It was published in his lifetime. Then Bjegunci, I'm going to talk about Bjegunci, and Zlatni mladić, the Golden Boy, also first in sequels in Književna Republika, and then in 27 as a book. Cesarec has also enriched national travel writing with travel books Today's Russia and Spanish Encounters, and his travels in the Soviet Union, and his newspapers' impressions of his trips to the USSR and Italy are also very interesting. The result of his journalistic activities are the books Stjepan Radić and the Republic, and which is even more interesting. I'm telling you just to have the idea what intellectual scope he has covered in his writing. And what is even more interesting, psychoanalysis and individual psychology. It is a study about Adler's psychoanalytic theory. And he also edited the Serbo-Croatian translation of Marx's Capital, the translation made by Noša Pijade and Rodoljub Čolaković. And he was 48 when he was killed. Cesarec's articles on Soviet Russia and its cultural life, which he published after his first journey in 1923, provide an insight into the cultural circles with which he came into contact in Moscow. In 1919, however, he published the article Bolshevism and Culture in 3 issues of Nova Kritika, in which he discussed the new post-revolutionary tendencies in Russia. It was before his first trip. After the revolution, all possibilities were open, and more than ever, the questions of new forms and the social function of art were discussed. On the one hand, there was a need to express a new social sensibility through progressive avant-garde art, and on the other, artists were confronted with the problem of a large and uneducated audience. Cesarec felt it necessary to familiarize the Yugoslav public with the Bolsheviks' fundamental views on culture at the time, and it is visible that the founding members of the Zemlja artists collective, who later referred to his writing, showed that this article, this essay had an effect for transferring the ideas about engaged or politically committed art from USSR to the Yugoslav context. In 1923, after his first trip to Russia, he published a new article with the same name, with the same title, in which one can clearly see the influence of the ideas of Lunacharsky. However, Cesarec rejected his criticism of futurism, of Lev, and of Meyerhold's theater. While in Russia, in the second issue of Lev, Cesarec published the article Lev in Yugoslavia, in which he attempted to introduce the Yugoslav left-wing literary tradition to the Soviet literary public. The article also briefly discusses the short period in which he co-edited the journal Plamen with Krleža. There were only 15 issues from January to August in 1919, and then it was closed. So I quote from this article, here's what he says. "It is no exaggeration to say that Plamen, despite the cruelest campaigns, sabotage and censorship, dug such a deep furrow in the unsown or very little sown field of Yugoslav culture that its fruitful influence on the advanced strata of the working class and intelligentsia can still be felt today, 3.5 years after his untimely death." of the journal. Well, after the fall of the Soviet government in Hungary, the Yugoslav government, rushed to stop Plamen, and from an artistic point of view, Plamen, he claims, is the first conscious appearance of the left front of Yugoslav culture and art, end of quotation. Cesaret's later comparisons was no exaggeration, as the journal was indeed an expression of a generation that was leaning toward the literary and political avant-garde. Although Cesaret was not an author of socialist realism, and the socialist realism was a short-lived phenomenon in Yugoslav literature, the majority of literary critics did not go beyond superficial general remarks when discussing his novels. In his history of the Croatian novel from 1900 to 1945, Krešimir Nemec writes about Careva Kraljeva, the Emperor's Kingdom, that the characters are, I quote, drawn with subtle psychological nuances. Or in Zlatni Mladić, the Golden Boy, Cesaret is for Nemec, I quote, the follower of naturalistic doctrine. And due to his biography, in his view, in Nemec's view, several of Cesaret's novels bear autobiographical traits and can even be read as the roman clef, or the novel with a key novel. According to Dalibor Cvitan, Cesaret's first novel, Bijeli Lutalac, the White Wanderer, was entirely expressionist in conception, while according to Vinko Brešić, his second novel, Christ and Judah, which is autobiographical and not very good artistically, is a continuation of Cesaret's central novelistic preoccupation, the question of the meaning, nature, and forms of revolutionary activity. With the exception of the literary historian Ivo Frangesh, who in his reading of Careva Kraljevina, the Emperor's Kingdom, pointed out the innovation of the artistic technique in the novel, and his history of Croatian literature warned of a need to pay serious attention to it. Most commentators emphasized in advance the so-called shortcomings of his writing due to the dominance of his political activity. Namely, they always repeat he didn't have time to write properly or to devote himself to all the nuances of style because he was an activist, and it is always the same argument. So, so this is what they emphasize, the shortcomings of his writing, and mostly not reading the text themselves or reading them only biographically. In this way, an extremely interesting literary oeuvre was overshadowed by the figure of the author as a political hero and a martyr on the one hand, and damaged, which is a completely different story, by repeated comparisons with Miroslav Krleža on the other. In view of Krleža's significance for the Yugoslav context and the status he had, you know, he is often referred as the greatest Yugoslav author of all times. And it is something that he is probably the biggest literary personality of the Yugoslav context, and and we will include, he has I think 3 political novels, and we will make text portraits, so I promise. And some are translated, and he's available in translation, so you can read Krleža. And so this burden of being compared to Krleža, I don't think that any literary work in the same context could bear, withstand without damage. So, but he really was it was really for his literary reception really damaging. Let's start with some details about the novel I'm going to talk about. The year of the publication, Bjegunci, I put it in my abstract refugees, but refugees is not a good translation. Better would be fugitives, I think. Because refugees with izbjeglice, it's not the same. Fugitives, bjegunci. The year of publication is given is 1933, although the novel was published in the first half of 34. The first draft, entitled Izaci velikoga maga, Isaacs in plural, of the great magician, or magus, however, was written in 1920 and published in the journal Critica in 22. This is the manuscript. The handwritten estate contains 80 pages of the text with the dedication, I quote, "in memory of all sacrificed Isaacs of my generation." And on the cover was the note, Vienna, April the 3rd, 1920. Cesarec initially printed the novel in full in 1933, but was unable to obtain the authorization of the public persecutor, the censor, so he had to make some changes to the text. The censored version of the novel was published in the first half. This is the one, Minerva. Fortunately, several uncensored copies have survived, so that the original text is available to us. Additional problems with the publication arose from the attacks on the publisher Minerva by the clerical media, in particular the Catholic weekly Hrvatska Straža. The novel depicts the events immediately after the First World War, and the characters are Yugoslav, mostly political fugitives, communists, who find themselves in Prague. As Cesarec spent the second half of the 1990s, after the Plamen was banned, the journal, and a part of 1920, he spent in exile in Prague, due to the wave of communist persecution following the arrest of Alfred Diamantstein, the envoy of the Yugoslav section of the Hungarian Communist Party. Everyone was afraid that the revolution will spread, so this is the reason why. So critics again emphasize the biographical elements of the novel. Furthermore, the same not overly original objection was repeated once again. I quote, "Cesarec did not have the power or the capability to harmonize the parts and combine them into a whole, and he overshadowed the art with ideological tendencies and the predetermined thesis." The quotation. Given the topic of exile in the title of my, you were probably asking when is she going to talk about exile and migration? So, given the theme of exile in the title of my presentation and my native literary and cultural context, one would expect me to talk about the novels of Dubravka Ugrešić. And they will certainly have their place in our project, but on this occasion I chose to talk about a completely different novel, a completely different literary oeuvre, and a completely different time. However, in order not to completely disappoint your expectations and to do justice to my native literary context, I would like to draw your attention to a quote from Ugrešić's essay, Writer in Exile, which was published in 2002 in the book Zabranjeno čitanje. It is translated in English as "Thank you for not reading," but it would be better forbidden reading or something banned reading or something like that. And I'm using this. This I would really recommend if you haven't read that essay, because this essay is like a compendium of all the literary and theoretical most important references to the topic of exile in literature, from Brodsky to Said to Nabokov, to all usual suspects of the topic that are usually mentioned, and it would Czesław Miłosz and so on. So the condition called exile and so on. These are the docs, and this is what she says in her essay. Exile is a literary condition It not only gives you a rich menu of literary quotes, but it is a literary quote itself. The Christian history of the world begins with the story of exile. Exile is also the parable of the prodigal son, of betrayal, of banishment and condemnation. The myth of the double and the role reversal, the myth of Odysseus, the story of Faust and Mephistopheles. Exile is a fairy tale about being thrown out of one's home, searching for home and returning home. It is also a Russian fairy tale of Ivan the Fool, a parable about growing up, a romantic epic of individual revolt. It is an exceptionally appealing myth about metamorphosis. Exile is not only a literary, but also a political condition, strangely compelling to think about, but terrible to experience, as Edward Said states in his reflections on exile. He also wonders how it is that exile as a condition of radical loss, irremediably secular and unbearably historical, has become such a powerful and enriching part of modern culture. In order to show how exile can productively shape an intellectual thinking, Said refers to the examples of Adorno and Minima Moralia and Auerbach and Mimesis. He claims that the exile can foster a scrupulous subjectivity, independence of mind, critical perspective and originality of vision. When it comes to responding literarily to the condition of exile, and this is what Ugrešić refers to, Claudio Guillen distinguishes between two strategies: a direct and a near autobiographical conveyance of the actual experiences of exile itself by means of emotions reflecting the experiences or of attitudes developed toward them, and an imaginative presentation of relatively fictional themes, ancient myths or proposed ideas and beliefs, growing from what are essentially the consequences in the changing writer or group of writers of the initial experiences. In the first case, the writer speaks or writes about the exile. In the second case, he changes because he has learned from it. While the experience of exile is thematized in the first case, the second case is no longer about the exile as a visible cause, which is why Guillen refers to the first type of writing as literature of exile and the second as a literature of counter-exile. The second type of literature articulates the separation from place, class, language, or native community, triumphs over it, and provides new meanings that transcend the earlier attachment to place or native origin. For Guillen, Ovid is the original hero and archetype of the first type of writing or literature of exile, while Plutarch's treatise De Exilio epitomizes the literature of counter-exile. Using several common Stoic motifs, Plutarch describes exile as nothing other than one of the hardships over which the wise man must triumph in his self-reliance and inner freedom. However, when it comes to modern literary responses to exile, things are usually more complex. Vladimir Nabokov, for example, who wrote Russian poems in the Ovidian style even after he began writing in English, has also written novels that contain itineraries of counter-exile, Guillen claims. Thus, among the many ways in which the writer is divided or split in exile between two centers, between two languages, between past and present, this is another one between different kinds of writing about exile. In Said's words, exile is life led outside habitual order, and as such it is nomadic, the center contrapunctual, and I think this is the contrapunct that is organizing the literary experience or the literary response to the state of exile. Rather than talking about August Cesarets as a writer in exile, I prefer to examine what kind of literary response to the experience of exile Biegunci, the novel, give as the novel Begunzi gives as a roman thèse or a thesis novel. Attempting to rescue the bad reputation of the genre of roman thèse, Susan Rubin Suleiman, in her book Authoritarian Fictions, the Ideological Novel as a Literary Genre, published in '83, takes structuralist narratology as a starting point to shed light on the narrative techniques and the mechanism of this particular type of political novel, which is usually described as didactic without deeper theoretical insights. The story of the roman thèse is, as Rubin Suleiman emphasizes, teleological in nature and as such requires an unambiguous interpretation and a rule of action applicable, at least virtually, to the real life of the reader. Regardless of whether this ambiguity of interpretation and the associated rule of action is explicitly expressed by the narrator, or whether the reader can easily deduce it from the text due to clear narrative indications, it is crucial to exclude any possibility of a plural reading. According to Rubin Suleiman, this is achieved by rhetorical means through the redundancy of the discourse, whereby the signification is excessively named, as Roland Barthes once described it. This kind of redundancy is typical of the archaic or infantile era of modern discourse, marked by the excessive fear of failing to communicate meaning, and can be associated with the so-called readable texts in general. Accordingly, the redundancy of narrative communication reduces the amount of information conveyed and increases the possibility of understanding the message correctly. If we add the doctrinal intertext on which the novel is based, articulated either by an omniscient narrator or by one of the characters, it becomes clear that for the narrative content of roman thèse, a specific story is not what matters, but the way a story is integrated into a specific system of signification, or if one prefers, a specific mode of discourse. In contrast to an ordinary realist novel, such a novel, le roman thèse, operates within a classic dualistic value system that encourages the reader to choose between these values. The question is whether one can speak of this kind of redundancy in Cesaret's novel Begunzi. The novel depicts the exile of a group of young Yugoslav communists in Prague in the years following the end of the First World War. One exception is the young girl Buga Vlatković, who comes to Prague to study at the behest of her domineering and narcissistic mother, who is trying to destroy the relationship between her daughter and the young communist Nikola Višnjić. Buga's mother is also a public political figure, a pre-war feminist, suffragette, an advocate of Yugoslav unification and liberation from Austro-Hungarian rule. She sent her daughter abroad to study, primarily to maintain her own reputation in the circles of the new Yugoslav nationalist bourgeois political elite, to which her second husband, Saša Majstorović, also belonged. But because of the regime's persecution of the Yugoslav communists, Nikola also has to come to Prague. And Buga waits feverishly for him every day. In Prague, she spends time with their mutual friend and Nikola's party comrade, the writer Ilija Koren. As middle-class Croatian youth often went to Prague to study in the pre-war period, the novel also depicts other political groups that were active among the students. As literary critics have often emphasized, the novel depicts the world view and political conflict of the two generations who had completely different ideas about the basis on which Yugoslav unification was to be achieved. Bourgeois Unitarian, nationalist, and on the other hand, the other side, communist, which presupposed a revolution. Ilija Koren, a young intellectual with whom Buga spends a lot of time, gives up his retreat into the intimate world in the course of the story and realizes that the only thing that makes sense is an active social struggle and political action. Buga also undergoes a transformation. Initially a painful emancipation from her family, especially from her mother, which she pays for with the great poverty in which she lives and which will ultimately cost her her life, despite her family's wealth and influence. As with other novels, literary critics have emphasized Cesaret's personal experiences in exile in Prague as the starting point of the novel. According to Vice Zaninovic and Krešimir Nemec, Cesaret's personal experiences were was Vlada Jelovšek, a student who died in Prague in the early 20s. For Buga's mother, the writer and women's rights activist Zofka Kveder married Jelovšek Demetrovic. For Buga's stepfather, the politician Jure Demetrovic, who was actually a politician and minister. There is also the context that I do not have the time to explain, is that Krleža and Cesarec, yes, I'm nearing the end, they had a huge public polemics with Zofka Kveder, the suffragette, the actual model for them. But if one reduces the reading of the novel solely to the identification of biographical elements and the reconstruction of complex Croatian social and political conditions after the collapse of an empire and the founding of a new state, one easily overlooks what the novel itself achieves as literature in a political sense. As a proponent of the so-called new formalism, Caroline Levine insists on extending the scope of the concept beyond the realm of aesthetics. She also claims that the history of the concept of form itself shows that art does not take precedence over it. I quote, "Form can point us to visual arts, music and literature, but it belongs equally to philosophy, law, mathematics, military science and crystallography." End of quotation. Accordingly, for Levine, the concept designates all shapes and configurations, all ordering principles, all patterns of repetition and difference. This means that we are surrounded by different forms and that the literary form does not stand outside the social. Rather, different forms coexist, touch each other, meet and collide. And in this clash of different orders, it is sometimes difficult to predict the consequences. If we consider Cesaret's novel on the basis of such a broad concept of form, we must take into account that the novel is a specific literary form with specific possibilities and laws, but also that life stories about the transformation of Buga and Ilya Koren, although with different outcomes, can be seen as the result of a dialectical collisions of opposing orders. The story of Buga's emancipation and the story of Koren's newfound meaning is not a story of the disruption of forms, but a story of the transformation of an already existing order of things. Biegunci is therefore not a literature of exile, but a literature of counter-exile, as Guillen has described it. In Dubravka Ugrešic's words, exile is a parable about growing up, a romantic epic of individual revolt. It is an exceptionally appealing myth about metamorphosis. So if this is a novel with a thesis, it is not because one of the characters represents the author's intellectual doubts and political views, or because a large part of the novel is devoted to such conversation between characters, but because the story of a girl's metamorphosis, her intimate and political emancipation, and a communist intellectual search for meaning in the novelistic articulation of the myth of all the sacrificed Isaacs of generation. The expulsion of 19th century patriots and revolutionaries like Giuseppe Mazzini and Karl Marx, Guillen notes, was intended to serve as banishment from the politics of the present, while their return home would mean radical political change or revolution. Continued exile, on the other hand, could easily accelerate the growth of revolutionary ideas. So if this novel wants to teach or instruct the reader to choose between two alternatives, it is the path of sacrificed Isaacs. If anything, with Biegunci, Cesarec teaches us something about the literature of counter-exile and its politics. Thank you. I apologize, it took me too much to demonstrate the context and all the, so if I was too long.
Yeah, okay. We are opening the discussions, the questions for the presentation by Carlos, so she was theorist as well for the presentation. So we'd like to start first. Yes, please.
Hello, I'm a Spanish philologist from Poznan, so I'm obviously interested in the Spanish adventure of Cesarewitch, and I wanted to ask you whether the book was translated into Spanish or maybe English. I couldn't find this information just searching the internet, and how maybe the Spanish experience influenced his understanding of exile. I mean, meeting so many people from different countries in Spain, because I think it must have participated in international brigades. So how maybe it influenced his experience and his vision of understanding the exile. Thank you very much also for your lecture.
Thank you. The Spanish experience was extremely important, not only for Cesarewitch, but for the intellectual generation of Yugoslav communists, because in terms of political work, it helped them organize the anti-fascist movement in Yugoslavia. So this was, Cesarewitch was a part of that, and unfortunately the lack of proper literary reception in Yugoslavia has resulted in him not being translated in many languages. And this is the tragedy. This is a tragedy for a very interesting figure of not only a writer but a left-wing intellectual, because this is why I spent so many time to tell you what the scope of his writing includes. I think there are over 10, and it's not finished, the last attempt to publish his collected works, 10 books, and lots of it is still not collected. But the Spanish experience in his what I wanted to show is that the exile in his understanding, especially in this novel, is a prerequisite, or it is a political condition par excellence. So that is also at the same time a literary one. This is why the quote from I took the quote from Dubravka Ugrešić, because it sums up all the interpretations of exile as a literary reference. But the idea of metamorphosis is, I think, the basis for this specific literary approach to the dialectic, the specific dialectic dynamics in the novel with the transformation of these two. So when you read the novel, you don't read it as a literature that discusses exile. They don't have nostalgia for home. They don't have, it's nothing like that. It happens on this other layer of story. So you have to, so if the thesis, this is the novel roman à thèse, and I believe it is not the roman à thèse that we usually see it as, you know, banal political propaganda that can be. And Susan Rubin Suleiman shows that roman à thèse is much broader concept and genre that works on many even subtle levels that can ensure that the interpretation, that the meaning is interpreted in the right way of the novel. So this is what I wanted to show. And usually when one speaks about Cesaret, this is an etiquette that comes to mind. It is dogmatic and so on. But the other one, the Careva Kraljevina, has also been defined by our literary criticism as roman à thèse, and it is not roman à thèse, because it does not work like that. And I wanted to, I didn't have time because I spent too much time to explain the context, but in the novel itself, one can easily reconstruct how the literary text ensures that the meaning of the novel is understood. So, and roman à thèse is not a dogmatic genre, and Cesaret is not a dogmatic author. This is what I wanted to show.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Other questions?
Of course.
Charlotte.
Thank you, Shinkin. Can I be heard?
Yeah.
Thank you. Tinky, you touched at the beginning of your paper also on ideas of translation and the reception of translated fiction, and that strikes me something which is so fascinating to think about in our project, because of the way that novels move from country to country and work against those ideas of national literatures that were very important at the beginning of the 20th century and that were being written as if literatures existed in their own little space. And you were showing really fascinatingly that interaction between reading in translation and writing. And I wondered if you could say a little bit more about that in terms of the role of reading literature that has crossed from one country into another, one language into another, and whether that also relates to ideas of questions of intellectual exile that are about encounters as well, in a positive way, that expose you to different ideas.
I have only briefly addressed it when I mentioned the trips. One, the international experience of Spain, where he came into contact with other, but also the 2 trips in Soviet Union. And it is interesting, I have mentioned these 2 articles. One was written before, where he was, how to say, presented the discussion on art that is going on in post-revolutionary Russia before he went there. And then he wrote another after the experience. And this is how the networks were working in these communist intellectual leftist circles, because I don't know if you have mentioned, if you have noticed, I have repeatedly said Yugoslav context, not Croatian, Yugoslav authors, Yugoslav context. It worked like that. The ideas, this transfer of concepts and ideas was something that had to do also with the artistic left in Yugoslavia and the avant-garde, phenomenon in Yugoslavia that flourished after the First World War, and we had this kind of tendencies, and the internationalist and the transnational, how to say, character of avant-garde can be seen in the political understanding of literature and exile as a prerequisite of political literature. So it is really something that, because the avant-garde in our context is not a national phenomenon, it is really a Yugoslav phenomenon. Even though after the 90s, our nationalist philologies, they all tend to nationalize and reinterpret the avant-garde. But the writers were at the same time in Belgrade, in Ljubljana, in Sarajevo, in Zagreb, and everything worked like that. It was really the context. And the basis was the left-wing intelligentsia and this international, transnational character also has the tradition of, how to say, the continuity from the Austro-Hungarian context, which was also a multi-cultural. So it is not something new. So it was completely normal to study in Prague. It was completely normal to study in Prague, and it is the context. So the ideas are, when you see what he wrote, you can see, you know, about psychoanalysis, lots of other, about art, about theater, in Russia, in Germany, in other Yugoslav contexts. He really, it was very cosmopolitan.
Thank you.
In its, and so were these circles.
Yeah, Ivana Perita.
At the time, yes.
Thank you, Zinka, for your presentation. I'm sorry that my voice is like this, and I'm sorry for coughing. I hope it's not too much irritating. You mentioned at one point the sentence by Cesarec, in memory of all sacrificed Isaacs of my generation, and you also, you know, like opened the question of whether he is a dogmatic or he was a dogmatic. And I think it's not a coincidence that he was non-digestible to the post-1945 cultural establishment. There are interesting, that's something that should be kind of researched, his, or like Krleža's role in all that, because Krleža was very cautious to be the personality of Yugoslav culture, so that was also part of his strategy, I guess. But I'm curious to hear your opinion on, you know, this dogmatism of alleged dogmatism of Cesarec, because I think that this idea of politics as sacrifice, this is something which stems from his like realpolitik, his revolutionary realpolitik. He hated to be forced to be activist, but there was no other choice, and that's something which is constantly negotiated in the novel, in Bjegunci. So politics is a problem, it's a sacrifice, but it's something you cannot not do. And that was, I think, the reason for his Bolshevik orientation in contrast to Krleža, because Krleža, you know, he did his aesthetic revolts, you know, and provocations, but actually, and he was also playing the idea to write a novel for the Comintern, but in the end did not. There was something about like politics was a decision and exigency for Cesarec, but within that exigency, within that decision, he was very much negotiating politics. So he was not a dogmatic. He was a Bolshevik, but he was not a dogmatic, because he was kind of forced to be a Bolshevik. And within this state of Bolshevism, he negotiated psychoanalysis, which was totally no-go for the internationalist movement at that time. He negotiated aesthetics. He negotiated right to freedom, to aesthetic freedom. And I think that for the post-1945 cultural establishment, for 1948 cultural establishment in Yugoslavia, what was not digestible is not that they could not fit him into some, predefined model, but they could not accept that there was a Bolshevik who was not dogmatic. I think that's
That's true. I agree. I completely agree. I completely agree because he was a Bolshevist and Leninist, and I think you have pretty much captured. And they did not treat him. He was just put aside. And not only, it is really interesting how this first time he writes about the avant-garde in Russia in 1919, he gives his interpretation from afar of the situation and of the discussions there. And after a few weeks, there was several articles that were, I think, encouraged by the party not the establishment, by the party to correct Cesaret's interpretation, because Lev Mayakovsky, even though in the history of literary theory we interpret it as the major founding moment of scientific research in literature by building the methodology and so on. But in the context of Soviet Union, Lev was not a marginal, at the time, journal, because there were other journals, other groups, other tendencies, and slowly what happened with the avant-garde in Russia, it was, as Boris Groys and Igor Golomstok show, it was the goal to change life simultaneously with the art was actually integrated in the socialist realist aesthetics. And this is why when Cesares comes for the first time in Soviet Union, he is really enthusiastic about everything, and he really enjoys there, and he basically spends his time with Osip Brik and Gastev and people around Lev. But when he comes for the second time in Soviet Union in the 30s, he is also enthusiastic, because this part of integrating avant-garde political ambition into the socialist realist project is a fulfillment and not the end of. So this is really, really interesting, and this is something that in the context of post-48 Yugoslavia was not, it was not very, who knows what would happen to Cesares and how he would, I don't like to speculate about that, but this is something that, and so they put him as a martyr, and this is what has been done. And, but they couldn't make him a caricature, because he was not, in his writing, he was revolutionary. In this and this is something that has been completely omitted. His avant-garde experiments have been described as bad writing. This is really something, and even when we had the revival in interest of avant-garde, there were few articles by Alexander Flaker he was trying to show what Cesares was doing in Russia, and so he shed light on this part. But the further analysis of the literary devices he used, and the techniques and the expressionist moment present in his writing, from his first novel to Bjegulci, is completely, has been completely omitted and no one discussed it and addressed it or anything like that.
Okay, we have place for one more question.
What? Yeah, I have a small question. Did I understand you correctly that nowadays, I mean, in the situation after 1989, there are still streets, buildings named after him?
Yes.
And that's the question, that's quite an interesting thing. It's about probably politics of memory, because it would be, I think that a communist writer in Poland, it would be really difficult, I mean, it would be really difficult to do the same in Poland. I mean, the name of buildings in Poland after communist writer. So I'm wondering how different can be the politics of memory in the former Eastern Bloc. And, you know, because really, when we are describing that nowadays, you know, it would be a writer who was communist, who was Bolshevik, or somehow associated with Bolshevism, would be, that wasn't possible at all, you know, in our, I mean, Polish context of politics of memory. So, I don't know if I have a question, just that kind of surprise that it's possible in Croatia.
It is.
Yeah, so if you could elaborate a little bit on that.
And it is, I think I have the answer was in my slide. You know, for the nationalist elites, political elites in the 90s, the national, even though Cesarec was not a nationalist, but he didn't write long live Soviet Yugoslavia, he wrote long live Soviet Croatia, you know, and this is how, by, you know, not reading him, but using his biography was okay, he was a communist, but he was a Croat. So this is something, so this is how it, and maybe if there were serious reading of his work, the names of the streets wouldn't have survived. This is what I think. But there wasn't, so, you know. So we have monument streets and everything is there. One cinema is not anymore, August Cesarec.
Because it could be associated somehow with nationalism.
Or not nationalism, but you know, he was not, let's put it, okay, he wrote that he was a victim, but something like that, you know. This is the same with Krleža, because they cannot, even though Krleža has been reinterpreted as a national writer, you know, and not only post-90s, it started even before, but so this is the reason, I think.
Yes, okay, just one small remark. Yes,
I mean, he was the one who was within the internationalist movement negotiating popular politics, and popular meant at that time that you cannot preach Yugoslav identity to someone who has been, like, historically, culturally a separate region. So he did it strategically to talk about Croatian, you know, not identity in this national sense, but the Croatian, you know, like Serbs, or Croatian, you know, like colonial subjects or something like that. So that was kind of, and that was also a bit controversial within the internationalist movement, but he did not do it out of nationalism, but out of popular, because he practiced populism in that sense, you know. So, but it was, of course, for the nationalist elite enough, I guess.
It was enough, because they didn't know here.
Okay. Thank you very so much. Thank you so much. And now I would like to invite Charlotte. Charlotte came to us from Cambridge University, and her field of interest is German literature, and especially now literary production by women, and women's writing from the Handelschiff and Weimar. And I think this is close to what you have in your presentation. The presentation title is Imagined Communities and Women's Multidirectional Travel in the Early 20th Century. We have also this presentation. I have started it.
Thank you very much, Tomek, and thank you, Eva and Gerard, and all of the your project group here in Poznan. It's a great honour and a tremendous pleasure to be here and to be able to participate in our discussions today. And my own work on travel is looking at contexts around the start of the 20th century. So I know that those are in many ways very different from some of the works of literature that we'll be moving on to. And so I'm hoping to bring out some themes which might draw some connections that we can take further. I'm just going to see. And so just very briefly on the context of how my work, which is really very much work in progress, is work which has just begun as our project got going last year on women and travelling knowledge, fits in with the rest of the Cambridge team's work on global epistemologies and the political novel in Europe. I'm looking at the role of women in transmitting travelling knowledge, and we're also collectively thinking about how the global political novel in Europe shapes and changes people's relationship to Europe's historical and cultural past. So thinking about how the novel as a form also enables knowledges from outside Europe to travel to and circulate in Europe, and how ideas about travel are also influenced by structures of power. And in our project, which has the wonderful name, The Cartography of the Political Novel in Europe, we're collectively engaged in a project of mapping, and we share a clear understanding that the way we ourselves see the map affects the body of knowledge that we're collectively assembling. Maps and their depiction of spatial connections and networks offer knowledge of the kinds of relationships and networks and the knowledge system that shapes them. Cartography, in that respect, has a politics too, and it's affected by the assumptions that we start out with, the frames that shape our views, and one of the really important roles of the novel as a form is to make us aware of our coordinates in that respect. Now, just turning to travel writing in Europe and novels in relation to travel has been a popular genre for many centuries, offering an outlook on the rest of the world, and often, however unfamiliar the territory, the space was mapped in such fiction in an authoritative way by those writers from Europe. And it often drew on and shaped truth claims that underpinned a a dominant way of seeing. And those ways of seeing the world shaped the social imaginary in Europe too. And I called this multi-directional travel partly because one of the starting points in my teaching has been the imperial feminism of the German colonial novels written by Frieda von Bülow at the end of the 19th century. And those kinds of novels shaped the popular imagination and communicated an understanding of imperial social relations and gender roles within them. And the start of the novel on the right with the image of a woman looking out over an exotic landscape gives us a sense of some of those ways of knowing that shape social relations in those kinds of novels. But travel also offers us an opportunity for alternative points of view. The feminist philosopher Maria Lugones, in the introduction to her work Pilgrimages, theorising coalition against multiple oppressions, which some of you might know, conducts a thought experiment inviting the reader to reflect on their own spatiality as a way of imagining the variety of possible positions in relation to power. Visualise, remember, and sense a map that has been drawn by power in its many guises and directions, and where there is a spot for you. All the roads and places are marked as places you may, must, or cannot occupy. Your life is spatially mapped by power. Your spot lies at the intersection of all these spatial venues where you may, must, or cannot live or move. And Lugones urges the reader to understand the tensions in his or her own relationship to power and notice the ways in which that space and spatiality is inhabited with resistance. And the image is a reminder that lives are mapped by power in many different ways. The experiences of the two authors I'm going to turn to are mapped differently from each other, and they come from very different contexts. Their travel to Europe, is very different from travel that is associated with forced displacement. But their different starting points on their journeys also offer a different knowledge of the European destinations they travelled to, and their writings cast light on the relationship between the European past and our present frames of reference, which I hope may be productive. And my work on this is very much in its early stages, and I'm looking to understand the contexts of these writings better myself, and also to broaden out to different kinds of writing in this similar period. But I've deliberately chosen two works from different European traditions in order to try to think about some of the ways in which looking across different kinds of writing can draw our attention to some of the ways in which within the European story there are different ways of knowing that it's productive to think about. So I've got the books here. I'm turning to the work Letters to the Homeland that was written by Saida Salmeh, who published as Emily Rüther, when she took that name on being baptized and then married to a merchant from Hamburg, Heinrich Rüther, in 1867. And the work, the letters to the homeland, were first found by her family in 1924 after the author's death. And it was first published in German in 1999. And although there's an earlier English translation, this translation came out last year and is a new translation by her great-granddaughter, Andrea Emily Stumpf. And the other work I'm looking at is the novel in French, Claire Solange, Africaine, Claire Solange, African Soul, published in 1924, written by Susanna Lacassade from Martinique, published in Paris in a very small print run, set in 1914, and then republished in 2019. So we can see discontinuities in the reception history of these works, which are in themselves of interest. But I'm going to be thinking about the way these writings offer an understanding of European space as fundamentally connected to the rest of the world, and show how the women at the centre of these works see the social world in particular ways, offering alternative forms of knowing to the dominant knowledge which they encounter there. And Kate Roy, who's written about letters to the homeland, calls the letters a writing back against such forms of knowledge. Emily Rüther's account is autobiographical, and it recounts her experiences as an Arab woman of converting to Christianity, moving to Hamburg, learning German, and then after her husband's early death, of moving around in Germany with 3 small children, attempting to look after them and moving between different communities where she could find accommodation in difficult financial circumstances. And her, Emily Rüther had a privileged upbringing as the daughter of the Sultan of Oman and Zanzibar, but chose to leave that lifestyle behind in 1866 after developing a romantic attachment to Heinrich Rüther. The date of the writing is uncertain. Claire Solange, Susanna Lascade's novel centres on the eponymous protagonist Claire Solange, who's grown up in Martinique, surrounded by the family of her late mother, a descendant of enslaved African workers, and the intercultural romance of the late mother of Claire Solange and a father who in the meantime has been working with the French colonial administration, is connected to the mother's early death and the prehistory to the events depicted. And the novel takes the form of a romance, starting with the protagonist's journey, the protagonist arriving in Paris at the home of her father's sister-in-law, her aunt, with many of her family from Martinique accompanying her. Now, these literary narratives, which cast a different light on the space of Europe from the vantage point of the writer's connection to other continents, show how literary narratives can take the the form of what Jose Medina characterises as resistant imaginations that confront exclusionary social imaginaries. And this is a picture of one of the earlier, of the other work by Emile Rüther that I'll come on to in a moment. The figures of imagination that shape European understanding of itself are entangled in narratives of travel. And Divish Chakrabarty, in Provincialising Europe, examines the idea of Europe as a hyperreal term, constructed by the tales that both imperialism and nationalism have told the colonised. With boundaries of Europe that are by no means fixed and with permeable borders, Europe is itself an imagined community, to use Benedict Anderson's term, and the way it's imagined also attests to historical exclusions and the exercise of power. And the theorist of travel writing and transculturation, Mary Louise Pratt, in her book Imperial Eyes, argues that the narrative framing of many stories of migration in the news often evokes the idea of Europe as a fortress sustained by violent exclusion. The post-national or supranational imagining of a Europe without internal travel restrictions draws on older national political formations, and these continue to play a role in shaping an understanding of who belongs. So Fatima El-Tayeb, in her book European Others, argues that the political discourse in Europe is underpinned by an unspoken, but nonetheless very precise, racialised understanding of proper Europeanness that continues to continues to exclude migrants and their descendants. And I think I have a typo there on that slide, apologies. So the idea of an imagined past plays an important role in envisaging the present and the future. And Benedict Anderson in Imagined Communities draws attention to the relationship between memory and forgetting in the shaping of collective self-consciousness. And in the second edition of his book, he reflects on forms of national amnesia as the requirement, in a way he highlights quite rightly as puzzling, the requirement to already have forgotten something, which in fact it could be argued that everybody really knows, the requirement to have already forgotten something. El-Tayeb also points to an amnesia in Europe in relation to the longer history of transculturalism and transnational movement, pointing out that the correlation to this amnesia is limited awareness of what El-Tayeb calls the actual ethnic diversity, representing not only contemporary but also historical Europe, arguing for an interconnectedness between the idea of what the popular imagination considers to be European and the designation of, using El-Tayeb's words, visible minorities as permanently migrants, placing them outside of the national and, by extension, continental community. So it's with this in mind that I want to look at the way in which the two works I will only be able to sketch very briefly cast light on some of the dominant structures of knowledge in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, and in that respect cast light on the mythologized narrativizations or different schemas or fictions that shape those frameworks of knowledge, and how their works then, by drawing attention to their recognition of those structures, also offer forms of writing back. And Emily Rüther's work has a narrative voice, which by taking the idea of writing to the homeland, has permission to comment on what a European reader might take for granted. Her work has been described by Kate Roy as fictionalised by its very presentation as letters, although in fact the narrative is one continuous account, and the autobiographical experiences that are narrated are not broken up into specific letters written to any particular recipient, but we see here an address to a dear friend, using that idea: how often have you implored me to tell you more about my experiences in the north? And Rüther continues, I fear you would find some of it exaggerated, yes, perhaps even improbable. Was it any different for me in the beginning when I was physically dropped into their midst? It took me years to find my way out of my inner astonishment at everything around me and all I saw and heard. And this astonishment is a way of looking at something as you see it for the first time, and literary narratives give us as readers that opportunity to see something again, to read something as if we might be seeing it for the first time. With Rüther, writing gives her an opportunity to confront inaudibility in the form of speechlessness from not being able to speak German, but also from a speechlessness or inaudibility of not being able to communicate her inner feelings, and it allows her to express a sense of two-ness or doubling, a sense of living two lives, one in my mind, bathed in the eternal blue sky, the other in the reality of my destiny. And she points out in the account that this too has continued, writing that she appears from the outside, totally a la Franca, as if she has adopted or is at home in the new space, but writes inside, I did not change. So that form of the letter or memoir, which is also used as a device, allows for the shaping of an account of seeing Europe for the first time. Claire Solange, and just very briefly to touch on the literary form, takes the form of a romance. And as we're thinking about the political novel, many 18th and 19th century romances are political novels. Jane Austen's novels comment on British social class, for example, or in German, E. Marlitt on bourgeois sensibility, and again, the tension between the aristocracy and the bourgeoisie. The romance is not a realist form, but it does offer social commentary. And one of the running tropes of a romance is an unruly, outspoken and free-spirited young woman who refuses to stay in her place and who has license to speak out against the unspoken and invisible structures of her society, able to find a voice to break prevailing silences. And she is both admired and at times criticised for this refusal. Normally, in a romance, there is then accommodation of prevailing structures when romance takes place and resolution of differences occurs. And so, in Claire Solange, Lacassade adopts that model, translating the class consciousness of the 19th century novel into an engagement with class, but also with the colonial relationships and discourses of racialization in France in the early 20th century. The protagonist expresses pride in her Martinique origins and her African heritage. And she's distanced from her African heritage as a result of the violent histories of displacement of the 19th century. Critics such as Valerie Orlando, writing on the novel, have also shown how that device in the romance of resolving differences leads then towards the end of the novel to the creation of a private space in which those differences are less important, and in a way that is different to some of the overt criticism of social structures in the earlier part of the work. Now, the cultural theorist José Medina, in his book The Epistemology of Resistance, comments that inequality is the enemy of knowledge. It handicaps our ability, our capacity to know and learn from each other. In an unequal society, members of a privileged elite overestimate their knowledge on the one hand, and also feel that they can get by effectively without addressing gaps in their knowledge, which often have to do with social domains, Medina points out, that one has learned to avoid or not concern oneself with. Emily Rüther and Susanna Lacassade show in their works that in Europe there is limited knowledge of theirs and their protagonists' heritage, and at the same time what Medina calls epistemic laziness, which contributes to shaping the social imaginary to marginalise and exclude racialised minorities. Both of them highlight the role of contemporary culture in this respect: the novel, music, the arts and the popular press in perpetuating attitudes that contribute to marginalisation. Rüther evokes the falsifying assumptions which underlie society's understanding of Oriental women, to quote from her work, and her other work, which was published in 1886, the Memoirs of an Arab Princess, confront what she refers to as the distorted and incorrect views that prevail in Europe. She confronts the wondrous ideas about her lifestyle and upbringing that she encounters, often to my utter astonishment, and had to contend with articles written about her in the press that orientalised her and romanticised her story, turning it into a kind of fairy tale. And the novel Claire Solange, in that novel, the protagonist evokes the way novels convey stereotypical knowledge, and draws on the way knowledge of French colonies, for example, is often taken from something like Bernardin de Saint-Pierre's sentimental novel Paul et Virginie, set in Mauritius, or Georges Sand's Indiana setting Reunion. And the protagonist I don't think I can find the quotation, I'm sorry. Claire Solange comments, I imagine spring in France according to your literature. Yes, like you imagine the colonies according to the falsifying tales of explorers. Her Parisian aunt privileges European knowledge and European culture. Claire Solange's knowledge gives her a different perspective and allows the reader to see things differently. She rejects anti-Semitism and gazes in shock at the slums of Paris. And she also gives voice to the cultural memory of violence in the colonies, when the protagonist recalls her uncle's memory of the brutality of the treatment of slaves on a sugar plantation in Martinique. Claire Solange's uncle has passed on to her a knowledge in cultural memory which is not current among the Parisian branch of her family. They're protected through their ignorance and prefer, it's implied, to read about such experiences through sentimental fiction. Now, these forms of mythologized knowledge create harms by shaping social attitudes, placing the protagonists, making them hyper-visible and feel as if they are under surveillance, such as, for example, in visits to a concert hall or theatre, where they're subjected to the gaze of the public. But one here we are. Example from the novel Claire Solange is instructive in terms of the relationship between France and the colonies. When in the novel the protagonist and her extended family attend a concert, and she hears Claire Solange hears the loud voice of a man using racist slurs to compare negatively the French music to the foreignness of the group he is looking at, directing an insult to them that implies that they are a group who cannot belong as citizens. He singles out Claire Solange to be somebody who, based on her appearance, he would describe as Spanish. But the protagonist retorts immediately, mais je suis une mulâtresse française. She draws attention to her dual heritage very proudly. I'm a French mulatto woman. And in doing so, she's drawing attention to narratives about assimilation in France at the beginning of the 20th century that make a distinction, as the man in the concert hall does, between the French cultural nation on the one hand and colonies on the other, which makes visible an exclusionary idea of an imagined narrative community. And the protagonist is emphasising that difference is also part of the French experience, or rather that her double heredity, as she calls it, is a part of the French experience, and that it is a false dichotomy to juxtapose France on the one hand and Martinique on the other. And this different knowledge of the spaces of Europe continue in the way the protagonists see the social imaginary. And I'll just draw it to a close with some examples of that. Because the protagonists are aware of the global structures that sustain European society. And so they offer us a different mapping of space. Hamburg is a centre of trade where ships form a constant connection between Germany and commercial networks. Paris is somewhere where Claire Solange prefers to visit parts of the city that her Parisian aunt has never seen. spaces described as behind the Invalids towards Montparnasse station, where there are shops that offer food and fashions from Martinique, where there's an exile community from Saint-Pierre, comprised of people who fled the earthquake in 1902, a view of Paris that's shaped by its global connections, where the protagonist also sees the discrimination and hardship, which in Paris is overlooked. And she evokes the boundaries of France that are complicated by drawing comparisons between the fact that Martinique has been part of the French experience since the 16th century, whereas parts of the provinces have only recently become a part of the national community. She describes the La Patrie, France, as spilling out over the seas and extending across all the world. And in a similar way, Ruyter it hosts the crew of receives the crew of a ship which docks from Zanzibar in Hamburg, who seek her out and warmly offer their services. And
2 more minutes.
Absolutely. Ruyter also offers a negative view of the rule of law in Germany and the lack of opportunity for individuality that is offered within the rigid structures of an authoritarian state at the end of the 19th century. So the authors of these two works cast light on the way European knowledge has produced mythologizing and hierarchical accounts of identity. The popularity of accounts of travel in Europe has played a role in shaping and reinforcing narratives which play a role in how communities are imagined. But writing about travel in the other direction calls into question the universality of that knowledge and confronts its fictionality, confronts it as a structure that is constructed by the human imagination. These works then map the coordinates of power differently, and they give us an insight in that respect into historically situated forms of knowledge which have played a role in shaping the European present. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the great presentation. Very interesting 2 examples of women travel writing at the beginning of the 20th and end of 19th century. Hey, we start our discussion now. Different topic, Rossi.
Thank you very much.
Hashem University of Nicosia.
Definitely not working, but doesn't matter. I'll be loud and clear. I just have a question regarding your knowledge, not mine, your knowledge, of course, because I don't know anything about the reception of this kind of writing at the end of the 19th century. Thank you so much. The reception of this kind of writing in Germany at the end of the 19th century. I was fascinated not so much by the translation letters to the homeland, but by memoirs des Arabische Prinzessin, which has in its title, in my mind at least, 3 interesting elements. The Oriental, obviously the Arabic adjective, the Prinzessin, which is both a female and a woman of rank, and also the Memory, which is memoirs claiming to be a true account of some experience. In other words, what was the inception, if you know, of this kind of writing? Because they definitely produce this imaginary encounter with the other on so many levels. On the other hand, we have an interesting quotation from the work of Jude, which said something about I was dropped in the north, if I remember correctly. I have it, the picture, this quote. Definitely, then we have the imaginary working from the other side as well. the Oriental princess encountering the other. So I'm interested how this was received in Germany in those days rather than how it is today. We studied it almost with a historiographic interest, but do you know anything from the materials that you have consulted? Do you know anything about the reception in those days of that? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Kate Roy has written a fascinating article, in fact, about the material history, and I can pass you on the reference, the material history of the book culture of this work and its reception, because it ran to many different editions and was translated within a couple of years twice into English. And you can see in the way the cover presents the tale that it's very much a looking in on the palace, the Sultan's palace, as from the outside, so positioning the work for a European readership as a looking inwards to and an offering of an intimate first-hand account of what goes on inside the Sultan's palace, and that is in some ways in tension with the Emily Reuter's how she describes what lies behind the writing of it, which is that she says that it's a writing for her children of knowledge that they've become detached from through growing up in Germany, where their knowledge and understanding of their mother's story has been very limited, and the memoirs show, for example, the children coming home and asking, for example, if she's a princess because of what they've heard at school. So on the one hand, the memoirs offer an insight at first hand into, for example, the situation of women in a harem that Reuter writes from her first-hand experience to write back against the orientalizing tropes that shape European understanding of Arab women. And they confront the way in which Reuter has continually encountered false stories that sensationalize life there and offer a positive view of many of the aspects of her upbringing, but go into quite a lot of detail in terms of the historical context. And we can see that it's being packaged in a way, however, it is more conventional than that. And so the reception of it, which, and you can see from the fact that it went into several editions and had quite a long reception, was very interested, is a kind of encounter between the forms of truths that Reuter wants to put forward within the frames that inform readers in Germany, readers' interest in the kind of story that she's telling, and that the legacy of that continues, into later works that write about Reuter, where that mix of continued orientalization and Reuter's intention to tell a different story find their meeting place in the work.
Thank you very much. Yes. Mark, yes? Is your microphone also? Yes, the second row is...
It's fine. Can people hear me? It doesn't.
I think it works.
Okay, sorry. I had two questions, and these are questions not from necessarily having knowledge about this history. But the first was I just wondered whether or not you situate or will situate this in relation to the longer history of indigenous peoples coming into Europe, and there's some good recent scholarship. Caroline Dodds-Pennock's book on savage shores, for example, which retraces those legacies all the way back to the 14th and 15th century, where indigenous peoples characterize Europe as the savage shore, and remake Europe precisely on the terms that Europe had characterized the indigenous worlds. So, I mean, that's just a question of interest. But the second one, and again, it's not my area of expertise, but I spoke to you earlier. One of my doctoral students who's completing their doctorate at the moment is looking at the early 20th century German socialist women's movement and the relationship between the German socialist women's movement, including the works of, for example, Clara Zetkin, and colonial politics, and the ways in which those movements often ended up, either directly or indirectly, lending support to German imperial ambitions, and ended up in some instances supporting eugenic policies that were racist in orientation. And I wondered whether or not there was any interaction between the writers whom you are talking about and those movements, given that you're talking about the politics of gender, and if so, what the nature of those exchanges were. Or were these questions of race merely excluded or not properly accounted for within those feminist movements?
Thank you very much, Mark, because those are both really excellent questions. And on that first point, in relation to the way writings by those who have come to Europe from outside of it, who have a connection to other heritages, that allows them to that bring them means that they bring with them different knowledges. I think you're absolutely right in saying that that's central to ways of looking at these writings, and does certainly flag up a connection with that wider context, which is something I've only really just begun to look at. But yes, it's absolutely right to say that that question of what happens, when people from outside of Europe come to Europe and comment on it, is really important. And the quotation I sort of lost as I was speaking was this one by Rüther. How often had I wished to distance myself from the complicated European approach to life, where the individuality of each person rarely finds room for its freedom of expression. Everything goes by templates here. Everyone is subordinated to the law and sharply monitored. And that just struck me as one example in Rüther's work, where she's contrasting the forms of individuality and the space for individuality that she feels is embedded in her own culture, and contrasting it negatively. Also with her children's experience of the German school system of the time, and the regimented nature of the German education system that again she implicates in this politics of nationhood that is about the education of people to fit a particular mould. So yes, in the the wider project, that's certainly something which I'd really like to be able to bring out and look at a wider, corpus of works in order to make some of those connections. I think you're absolutely right about the entangled nature of these different movements, and one of the reasons why I started by trying to bring together a work with a connection to Paris and one to Hamburg is that those are also two centres of international movements that see themselves not as working just within a national context, but beyond it, to think about the way in which the kinds of then of organisations that emerged at the end of the 19th, beginning of the 20th century, like the socialist movement, but also other international movements, are producing journals and writings, written records of their activities that would be really helpful in casting light on on these questions at the beginning of the 20th century. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Just to say, I hope that we may come back to some of these questions of the national community and belonging in the course of the day.
Yeah, surely we will, because we raised so many questions and so many perspectives that will be circulating, I think. And I would just ask, because there is some case in Polish literature, in Polish culture, Maria Czaplicka. She was at the beginning of the 20th century. She also connected with some socialist movement, with women's liberations movement. Then she had to leave Poland, and thanks to being a part of Oxford Royal Geographic Association, she was sent to Siberia. Yes, and she's prepared some very important anthropological description, which is much more than just a scientific description, because it has some reflections on her personal reflection. This is not a novel, of course, but this is something that could be a context for what she said, because my question, maybe this is possible, what Mark said, is what would be the importance, yes, of these kind of knowledges, this women transfer, yes, for this, for the perception and possibility for liberation of this community. Because Czaplicka, she touched a very delicate problem of Siberian communities, indigenous Siberian communities, who had been colonized over centuries, yes, until now, right? But they had their own culture, and what she did, yes, she delivered the knowledge, yes, that they are not European, not the Russian community. They have their own culture, they have their shamanism. She even has the record of her being, yes, in a special seance, yes, shamanist seance, right? So my question is, how would you describe the meaning of the knowledge delivered by the woman about this indigenous culture?
Yeah, I think that you're drawing attention there very importantly to the role that travel plays at that time and first-hand encounters, shaping networks and an intellectual transfer, and the movement between different centres is really central to that. But there's something very important about recognising the role that those encounters play in transforming European knowledge, and recognising the effect that it has in both directions. Because you're drawing attention to it working in the other direction as well. But that it enriches and starts to produce then a very, the pluralist understandings of science and culture, and those the routes by which that knowledge comes back to Europe are also very complicated. But it's on the one hand that sort of sense of genealogies of knowledge, and what happens through those encounters that can transform people's understandings of their own cultural contexts, but also importantly, I think that both of you are drawing attention to ideas of coalitions, of the way in which coalitions are important between individuals who come from very different contexts, have very different experiences, but find points of intersection on that map of those spatial coordinates. And those points of intersection then are really important in moving things forward, in producing new ways of thinking.
Thank you so much. Yes, I think this is some kind of spatial practices, yes? Spatial practices is what they propose in the writing. Thank you so much, Sharon. Wow.
Very much.
And now let me invite you for the coffee break. And we need to use the lift, I think, because we go to the social room. No, the place. But we use each other. So now
and I would like to welcome and introduce our friend Professor Mark Devaney from University of Brighton. Mark is specializing in critical theories and radical politics, the philosopher and theorist of politics. Amongst many publications, I would like to mention his book Towards an Improper Politics, because it gained lots of resonance and reception. It's read also in Poland. Mark is kind of a resident in Poznan, because he was so nice to come to Poznan on Sunday and attend our conference of doctoral school and the meeting of our doctoral schools and professors, and contributed largely and greatly to this conference. And but he's also a part of our Caponeo consortium. In the first place, I would like to welcome Mark for his presentation. I left my paper, moment. Yes, because this is my duty to read the title, and this is valid because I do not speak German. Victor Bescheinigung. I mean, Ivana is having, a good moment. The number and the violent afflictions of citizenship. Mark, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and it's really nice to see friends again and to be here. I apologise in particular to Charlotte, who has heard some of what I will say later on. And I apologise because I will try to stick to 25 minutes. But my paper originally was about 15,000 words, then it was 9,000, then 6,000, and now it's 3,000. So I have no idea whether or not I will get through. There are three sections to the paper. I will begin with some definitions, partly because I've been talking about political fictions for some time without saying what I actually mean. But I am going to be brutal. I'm just going to simply define, and you can then argue with me. Second, I will look at the imaginaries that structure the idea of citizenship and immigration, again very briefly, and then I will finish by talking about Jenny Okunbeck's novel. I can, of course, talk about some other novels as well, but there isn't enough time to do so. So let's begin with, first of all, what I mean by political fictions. My current research investigates what I term political fictions, and the peculiar capacity of the novel, this is a contestable claim, but nonetheless, the peculiar capacity of the novel to posit imaginaries that reactivate the sediment of political fictions. But what exactly is a political fiction, and why even use the term fiction to refer to political institutions? Let me give you a threefold definition of what I mean, without going into detail. There are, of course, precedents for this. Charlotte referred to one of them, Benedict Anderson's idea of the imagined community. The nation is an imagined community. So I argue, first of all, that political fictions frame what counts as proper to politics. They determine, in other words, what we can argue about and what we can't argue about. I'll give you a couple of examples. The distinction between human and animals. Animals cannot make political claims, so we're told, which secures the realm of the political for the human. Exclusions from active participation in the political community. Immigrants, children, the mentally ill, often those in prisons. So that they frame the who of politics, but they also frame the what of politics, the borders that define the political community. Who counts as a member of the political community, that is the nation? Who can or cannot own property? Who has the right to exercise violence, and who not? Within any established political community, only the state maintains the sovereign right to deploy violence, both internally and externally. And of course, what's often excluded from political debate is economic questions about wealth redistribution. So, as framing, it determines what is acceptable to argue about and what not. And what counts as a properly political question. If most governments had their way, questions of immigration would not be deemed political. They would simply be deemed as practical questions that one has to address, rather than questions that ask who counts as the demos. One of the things that immigrant communities, I think, often contest is what is in fact the demos? Who are the people? Because immigrant communities often enact equality in ways existing forms of democracy exclude from participation in democracy. Second, I've already taken 4 minutes and it's only the first paragraph, I apologize. Second, political fictions secure the proper distribution of the exercise of powers across a range of discursive practices or localized disciplinary practices. This is a quasi-Foucaultian definition and quasi-Althuserian. These include the polymorphous techniques of domination that police behavior, gestures, and actions, which are often activated through a range of legally constituted institutions. Now, I know that sounds like a complex definition, but think of the powers exercised by schools, by universities, by hospitals, through systems of transport, through systems of property. These all require a certain structuring and organization and exercise of power, forms of power that are in fact distinct, as Michel Foucault noted. But third, I assume that political institutions, these fictional institutions, are performative, in the sense in which Judith Butler uses that term. When Butler insists on the performativity of gender, she notes the range of social, political, and institutional processes that from the moment of birth inscribe sexual difference as given. The proper name, alongside proper gender, denotes what is singular, what's unique. It brings a new subject into the world, following a rigid grid of recognition that determines what is acceptable and what not. And obviously trans politics puts those rigid grids of recognition into question. Such conferral requires institutional structures. It requires a state that registers birth and death, that records every name. It requires the reiteration of sex and gender norms. But, as Butler notes, performativity also opens the possibility that we can remake the political fictions that constitute the world. In other words, these forms of interpolation can fail. There are always possibilities for remaking. So the reiteration, the violence that goes with these grids of recognition is necessary in order to preserve them, precisely because they are not natural. In a similar fashion, I treat the political fictions that I've talked about as imaginaries that confer grids, that entail grids of recognition that are contingent. They confirm certain forms of propriety, certain ways of being, but they're always up for question. Adapting Roland Barthes' account of mythologies, we might note that political fictions evaporate history. They present themselves as eternal. They are tautological. There's a point at which they simply say, this is the case, you can no longer argue. They appeal to facts, which they have in fact established. And they impose identification of the citizen subject with the myth. But literature, too, is an institutional and discursive practice that we must historicize. Literature is characterized by irregularity and dispersion, whose partial suture depends upon publishing houses, universities, consortiums like Capanu, that confer the authority of literature on certain texts, bookstores, schools, governments. Literature is not independent of these forms of power. As Foucault writes, literature functions via the interplay of selection, sacralization, and institutional validation. Yet, this peculiar institution we term literature, and in our case the novel, I argue, with Jacques Derrida, tends to overflow the institution. Derrida writes, literature is not only an instituted fiction, but it is also a fictive institution which in principle allows one to say everything. It's fictive precisely because the institution can't police its own bounds in ways that other institutions perhaps can. Rather than answer the question, what is literature, we might with Derrida note that this third word, literature, retroactively challenges the first two, what is, which assume essence, identity, and truth. So I do want to maintain some privileged notion of what the novel or what literature can do in a way that others may find problematic. The novels I read problematize political fictions. They unsettle the sediment. They historicize what has been naturalized. They push tautology to their often comedic conclusions. Think, for example, of Saramago's Death at Intervals, for those of you who've read Saramago. They disidentify and desubjectifies, and they upset the distinction between human and animal. Against Jacques Rancière, interestingly in this case, because Rancière thinks that only human beings can be subjects of the political community. I think he's wrong. Such novels, I hope, open a space for play, for remaking and for rethinking, but without the grids that determine how we should identify, without the grids that Butler refers to. Now, what about migration, exile, and the novel, which is the topic of this discussion? The title of the workshop asks us to reflect on migration and exile in relation to the political novel. I will reflect primarily on migration, on immigrants, and I'll reflect primarily on the recent period in European history, the Mediterranean Sea. These two words, migrant and exile, presuppose a set of imaginaries that are their condition of possibility. We shouldn't take these words for granted. Both assume that there is an original home, a nation that the migrant has left. The migrant is immediately deemed alien to the imagined community where they seek refuge, and the figure of the migrant is then weaponized in order to secure those imagined communities. This was not the original inflection of the word migrant. Indeed, until the early 20th century, the word immigrant referred to those who simply moved to a different habitat or place, but without the negative connotations, and it referred to both human beings and animals, in the way birds might migrate. Recall that the greatest migration in recent history took place in the 19th century, when almost 37 million Europeans settled in the US. One might call it migration, one could also call it many other things. The negative associations, however, are largely a 20th century phenomenon that corresponds to the end of European empires, the emergence of the US as a global imperial power, and an attempt to police the old colonial boundaries that once were transgressed by European states. Today, these imaginaries rely on technologies of recognition, now digitized with microchips and holograms, biometric photos and barcodes that make it almost impossible not to be known and not to be tracked. It's very interesting that for many refugees, for many seeking refugee status, one strategy that's taken is to try and disidentify, to no longer be identifiable, to destroy one's passport, to destroy any ability of the state to determine who the person is. Indeed, in the novel I'll talk about in a moment, Jenny Erpenbeck speaks about this in relation to what took place in Berlin a number of years ago. It is the existence of such technologies that allow, and knowledge that allows for the weaponization of the figure of the immigrant. We should note too, though, that the borders we tend to take for granted are constructs. Borders are febrile. The lines drawn between peoples, as anybody who lives in Poznan knows, are historically mobile. They're contested, and they're uncertain. The certainties we hold now about borders and identity will inevitably fade and be replaced by others. And of course the borders in a continent like Africa, for example, if you have a look at those borders, many of them are simply straight lines, colonial borders drawn by colonial powers that divided communities that shared far longer histories. One last point about the imaginary of the immigrant. A reading of recent European legislation indicates another set of perhaps strange imaginaries that structure the very idea of the migrant. A very recent form of legislation carried out in 2014, titled, a very recent operation carried out by the Italian presidency of the European Union in 2014, was titled Mos Maiorum. The Latin term Mos Maiorum refers to the unwritten code that structured ancient Roman norms. Previous operations, they invoked ancient Rome as the title of an action in order to gather so-called illegal immigrants and export them from Europe. It was carried out across the EU. Previous operations with similar names were, for my colleagues with Greek heritage, Hermes, Demeter, and Aphrodite. The invocation of ancient Greek and Roman customs and gods echoes an imaginary idea of Europe and a particular idea of the West. Europe is the bastion of universal values established over 2,000 years ago as the source of the polis of citizenship, of identity. Yet recent scholarship demonstrates that this is simply historically inaccurate. The notion of the West is in large part a 19th century construct. What about then, third, novels that address migration? And I will probably cut short this bit, but just to note that there's a range, there is now a more or less recognized subgenre of novelistic and fictional writing about immigration in the 21st century. These novels can't be reduced to any one motif. Among other things, they ask the question of what is Europe? Novels written by immigrants who have settled in Europe, or immigrants who've perhaps moved back to the place where they came from and reflect on that experience. Novels like Gauze's Standing Heavy, or David Diop's All Blood is Black, which echo an earlier text by Tayeb Saleh, Seasons of Migration to the North, an extraordinary novel from the 1960s. There are also novels that put the policing of immigration at the center of a moral dilemma placed by a lead character, most often a citizen of Europe, generally white. And these novels, perhaps ironically, confirm the racist trope about who is European and who is not. Nonetheless, there are some great novels. Jenny Oppenbeck's Go Went Gone, Omar al-Akkad's What Slow Paradise, Anders Lustgarten's Three Burials, a recent text, and Louis-Philippe d'Alembert's The Mediterranean Wall. All of these undermine the tropes of civility versus barbarism, white versus black, Europe versus its others, that structure contemporary narratives of immigration. I could go on. There's a range of other novels like Matthew Enard's work, Panos Carnes's We Are Made of Earth, but it'll take me too long. There is nonetheless a set of standardized tropes in these novels. These novels empathize, they humanize, they individualize, they puncture, and they imagine what could be otherwise. Yes, I want to argue that in some of these novels something more profound takes place. They begin to demonstrate the limits of the political fictions that we have taken for granted. And most explicit in this respect is the novel by Jenny Oppenbeck, Go Went Gone. And I'll speak now for maybe 10 minutes, and I'll be 2 minutes over time, given that I was told 25. I'll speak now for 10 minutes, maybe 12, about Jenny Oppenbeck's novel, Go Went Gone. 80 pages into Go Went Gone, Richard, the main protagonist of the novel, an emeritus professor of classics, learns about the German fictional certificate, and forgive my pronunciation as well, Fiktionsbescheinigung. The fictional certificate issued by the German state in the case of those whose status as a resident or a citizen is put into question. So there's this very strange legal mechanism in Germany, where if you are deemed to be an illegal immigrant, you are issued with a fictional certificate that recognizes your existence as a human being, but doesn't confer upon you any civil rights whatsoever. Go and Gone captures the bureaucratic sense of modern law in its narrativization of the certificate of fiction under the Asylum Procedure Act. The certificate bureaucratizes the legal recognition of a subject of language who is able to speak of their experience of forced migration, but who is given no legal representation or rights, as Daniel Hourigan has argued. However, what Daniel Hourigan misses is the strangeness of this legal device and how it is thematized by Erpenbeck in this novel. The certificate is deemed fictional as opposed to real. If you have citizenship, you have real certification, whereas this is a fictional certification. For a very specific reason. It maintains the refugee in an indeterminate legal space in which they are subject to the law, but not subjects of the law. It allows, in other words, the law to be able to track, trace, organize, and if necessary, remove people without conferring on them any rights. This in-between state is necessary for a legal order that is trying to draw its own limits. It cannot pretend that the body that has arrived, the individual who has arrived, does not exist, for fear that that person will be lost to bureaucratic control. It cannot allow that person to disappear, because then removal would be impossible. By the same token, the refugee cannot become a legal person with rights, because this would require recognition under the UN Convention that would oblige the German state to extend citizenship rights. This politics of citizenship, of course, as the novel notes, echoes procedures developed in Germany in the 1930s. The novel unpicks the violence at the heart of the legal system. But there is still more at stake. Richard, the main character in the novel, who is approximately 70 years old, begins to unsettle the imaginaries that have structured his life. As a child, he fled Silesia with his parents and settled in Berlin at the end of the Second World War. For those who are Polish, you will realize that Silesia was occupied by Germans, and many Germans from Silesia moved to Berlin. He knows that had he not left from Silesia, he would have grown up Polish. He would have had different language. He would have been his notion of himself would have been wholly different. He moves to Berlin and ends up living east of the wall until the wall is taken apart brick by brick. And he suddenly finds himself granted citizenship in the now united West German state. As a professor of classics, he also lives with the so-called Western legacy. He lives with Homer, Lucretius, Ovid, Plato, and others. The Western tradition that provides the philosophical and indeed legal foundation of the state that is now trying to exclude the immigrants. As Richard engages with these refugees, and as he learns about the contorted legal fictions that structure their lives, it casts a shadow on the ghosts that have conferred citizenship upon him. One can trace in the novel a gradual unsettling of the sediment that makes Germany what it is today. How does this take place? First, when Richard gets to know Rashid, Themba, and a number of other refugees, he is compelled to learn first of all about Germany's colonial past. He recollects images from shops when he was a child, posters, artifacts that explicitly reference the colonial history, now largely repressed. This is obviously at the centre of debates today about what Germany is, and crucially links those earlier colonial practices explicitly in the novel to the genocidal practices of the German state, the German Nazi state. Richard gradually unpicks his own past and in so doing situates those horrors of German history in relation to one another. At issue in the novel is this politics of memory, how Germany became what it is, and how the ghosts of the past are echoed in and structure the immigration policies in the present. Second, the fictional certificate that gives to the asylum seeker the non-status of one who can be subjected to law echoes Richard's own experience of citizenship, of losing citizenship overnight when East Germany ended, of becoming a new citizen of West Germany almost immediately, but also the indeterminate years between 1945 and 1949, before the founding of the GDR on the 7th of October 1949. Likewise, on the 3rd of October 1990, when the GDR is dissolved, 17 million citizens lost their citizenship before being assimilated, literally assimilated, to Western legal structures. The point explicitly thematized in the novel is that citizenship is a legal fiction. The contingency of Richard's interpolation, his engagement with, it is put into question by his engagement with refugee communities. It is at first tentative, racist, prejudiced, and arguably entirely narcissistic. But the engagement forces Richard to surface the repressions constitutive of his bourgeois life in Berlin. The contingency of his own identity, the contingency of his rights as a citizen, the colonial history that feeds into the national narrative. And I have 2 pages, I'm reaching the end. If Erpenbeck thematizes, and explicitly so, the political fictions that delimit belonging, most obviously citizenship, there is one last fiction that her text plays with and against, a certain notion of the West. As I noted above, Richard is a professor of classics. His daily life is imbued with Lucretius, Ovid, Homer, etc. And it's these authors that he turns to when contemplating the refugees that he is engaging with, the position of those refugees on Alexanderplatz, whom he meets. The refugees, whom Richard does not yet know, and will get to know, demonstrate in order to become visible, but they refuse to divulge who they are, so they demand visibility and yet withdraw their identity. And Richard's immediate reference is to Odysseus, who calls himself nobody in order to escape the Cyclops in the cave. The novel, however, traces ever so subtly a transformation of Richard's understanding of this tradition. Towards the end of the novel, he accompanies one of the refugees, Ithemba, who's forced out of Libya by the Gaddafi regime, to see his lawyer. The lawyer is dressed in, and I quote, an honest-to-goodness black frock coat, a museum-worthy document with flapping tails, and the lawyer is deeply proud of his Roman heritage. Richard cannot help but recall Pope Benedict, the German Pope, who on his resignation from the papacy declared that Europe rests on 3 pillars: Greek philosophy, Roman law, and the Judeo-Christian religion, Benedict's description of the West. It's the articulation of these 3 traditions as Europe that Richard's experience and the migration experience puts into question. There's no simple rejection here, but a subtle realignment. Richard learns what any scholar of the classics now knows: the relationship of Greece and Rome to North African and Mesopotamian histories, as opposed to the north of Europe, which was deemed to be barbaric. Benedict's statement misrepresents a far more complex history. It is an historical fiction that the EU tells about itself. It is no mistake that when Richard, as an emeritus professor, delivers a lecture, it is
instead about Seneca the Younger, an immigrant to Rome from Cordoba, exiled to Corsica by Caligula, the Stoic without fixed abode, for whom reason and passion are inseparable, unlike the German law in relation to immigration, which the novel describes as ironclad, formulated with such a high level of precision and abstraction that all basis in human empathy, human emotion, has become superfluous and ceases to exist. And last, it is to Tacitus's Germania that Richard turns when he's trying to understand how he should engage with people deemed foreign. And in Germania, Tacitus writes, 2,000 years before, that in ancient Germany, prior to Christianity, prior to the contested borders of the Roman Empire, it was accounted a sin to turn any man away from your door. What you should do is feed them, clothe them, and give them a place to sleep. Refugees in Europe occupy a non-space in which they are neither things nor persons. This distinction between thing and person, citizen and immigrant, human and animal, is constitutive of the overlapping imaginaries intrinsic to European political orders, and it is these fictions that the novel contests. Go West Gone, then, in conclusion, Go West Gone doesn't simply, however, contest these orders. It simultaneously raises the old question of the relationship between the novel and the political. However, the political reality depicted in the novel is shown to be a set of legal and political fictions, including the citizenship that it conferred upon Richard that he deems to be real. These fictions produce bureaucratic physical and psychological violence, leavened by the deployment of legal reason that is ironclad. When the question about the politics of the novel is asked, we assume that the novel is a fiction that in some way suspends reality. In this case, it is reality that is the fiction, and arguably it is the novel that makes a claim to reality. Erpenbeck parodies these questions of the relationship between the novel and the real. She unpicks the fictions we take for granted, as does Richard before he meets and engages with the various refugees living illegally in Berlin. She shows that the fictions that constitute the grammar of our political lives distribute subject-object action, what is recognized in language and what counts only as mere babble. Thank you. And I apologize for reading because I was worried if I spoke, I would just keep speaking. So.
Yeah. Thank you so much for this very interesting lecture and of course for the time that you presented. Okay, I open the discussion about this very interesting problems and a very interesting case of the novel by Janet Erpenbeck that will also appear in one more presentation, I think. Okay? Do you have a question from Mark's presentation? Ivana, maybe you would tell us how to pronounce the words, yes?
Okay,
Charlotte, please, to open the discussion.
Thank you. I think this one works. And it's a pleasure to hear some of that presentation again. And so stepping in, having had some time to think, is a privilege. But we were talking earlier about how, and I mentioned in my paper, that sort of dichotomy between things that are known and things that are forgotten. And I was struck by Benedict Anderson drawing an earlier work on rationalism, thinking about that idea with inherent identity of the nation, that obligation for things to remain forgotten. But these are things that are not very far buried. And I wondered whether with Ekbek's novel, you're showing really powerfully that one of the things that a novel often does, not wanting to generalise too much, is juxtapose that narrative of public memory, if you like, a kind of canonical memorialisation that is inherent in the politics of, in national or collective politics, and juxtaposes that with individual stories, individual family histories, and the memories that lie, that are there in individuals' experiences, form part of their own way of understanding the world, that might, for reasons of trauma, lie buried. But within the form of the novel, there are ways in which these stories then are able to emerge.
So I think Openberg does do that, and I focus primarily on Richard, which is interesting because, and I was asked this when I presented in Cambridge, one of these students said to me, "Oh, so you're just making immigration into the story about a German man," which in a sense is what the novel does. But I think Openberg's point is, first of all, that she cannot occupy the worlds of the people who have immigrated. She doesn't have the authority to do so, even if fiction in some sense would authorize that, given how we understand fiction. But she's also interested precisely in how, if one asks, she's interested in the question that immigration raises for those whose status is settled, and how that unsettling might also point towards other ways of being together, towards a different idea of Europe. And I read a lecture that she delivered shortly after this book was published in the US, where she more or less made that point explicitly about Europe and the West. So I think that's what she does understand. The novel also, however, does tell, but through the eyes of Richard, the stories of those who have come from Libya, from the Sudan, from other parts of Africa. So we begin to get, as we kind of learn with him, as he unfurls his own life is enriched in beginning to learn about these longer histories that structure his own present. So it's interesting what all of these stories actually do something, and they unpick his identity as a consequence. And they are, of course, stories, they're narratives, because I think at some point Openberg herself notes this, that any person is going to tell a certain story, which itself will have some exclusions that we're not aware of. So she's not trying to idealize the immigrant experience either, or the voice of the immigrant, which I think is a mistake in some of these novels, that you know, the person who is oppressed is of necessity good. Openberg doesn't do that. She humanizes in a way by actually demonstrating the complexities of those situations. And I think that's something storytelling does allow. I agree.
Thank you very much. Oh, Ivana.
Okay. You mentioned you mentioned something. I was thinking, should I ask that or not? Is it like an imagined or anticipated critique of the novel from some perspectives? Would be that it is a narrative about old white German man, and I don't know if there are reactions like that already, like in the reception, but I read, for my presentation, I read a paper by Maha El-Hissi, who is at the LMU, a literary scholar, and she writes about post-migrant writing. after Hanau, which was a series of racist, which was a racist mass murder, and she, at one point, I mean, the essay is quite valuable and worth reading, but at one point she kind of puts into competition the East-West relationship between East Germany and West Germany, and the question of race. And she says that, and I think when she says this, I think she has particular authors in mind. I trust her that that happens, but that kind of talking about migration between East Germany and West Germany kind of automatically erases or washes out the history of race in Eastern Germany and their specific narratives and history. In my opinion, kind of, I think it would be more valuable. What I think you do is to not put these narratives in competition, but to see where do they enrich one another. Because I think there is something about East German author who is openly recognized, or who openly kind of, I don't know if she commits to GDR in a way, her legacy, but she has kind of that kind of image in the public, that there is kind of vulnerability or specific experience she has, which makes her kind of interested in questions of citizenship, system change, and, as you said, contingency of the citizenship. I'm not saying that a West German author is not kind of does not have that inclination or that propensity, but I think there is something in this parallel observing, which the novel does, of like system change, system transition, and the immigration flows that are kind of like literally metaphorized as flows. So that's what I was thinking. Should I ask that or not? But as you mentioned, yeah.
I think that sorry, that is explicit in the novel,
yeah.
But it's also explicit in her in the lectures that she delivers. So she refers to the East German legacy, not to idealize it,
Yeah.
but also not to do what has happened simply to forget. And she recalls that there were things that were better. And interestingly, in the novel, and it's something I haven't written about here, at the center of that is property. Because Richard, when he's the German professor of classics, he doesn't own his own property because the rights of private property law don't exist in East Germany. But within a 2-year period, he becomes a property owner and he's conferred rights of property. And that property is what gives him a certain status and ability to act in the world, to take holidays, to travel, to do a set of other things. And then one of the people with whom he engages, one of the refugees, at stake as well for him is the possibility of having a place that is his own, that might be deemed property. So that legal fiction of property, which structures how we move through the world, is central to the novel as well. But Eppenbeck remembers when that was not the case. So I think there is, she doesn't play these two off against each other at all. And she's very careful not to do so, but she also doesn't equate them. Because the experience of Richard, who lived in East Berlin and was immediately granted citizenship in unified Germany, is obviously very different to the experience of those who actually cannot even be seen within the legal system. So the analogy is, it's very uncomfortable for him, precisely because it unsettles that privilege. So yeah, absolutely.
That's what I asked. I think that would be kind of a shortcut to kind of, say that's a narrative about white men, and that's it, his perspective.
It's interesting. It's a narrative about a white man, a white male. But how do I put this? It's going to sound strange. at the end, he tries to enact that ancient German tradition. So the end begins, the novel ends with a big dinner in which everybody whom he can welcome to his house comes and eats. And the novel spends quite a lot of time at the end of the novel with people engaged in all sorts of conversations, talking, learning from each other. And then his property, his house, all of the rooms are given out to refugees. So there's a sense in which he undoes the privileges that would be associated with a German white professor of classics in the novel. And by the end, that question of race has almost been erased, and that might be slightly problematic. But it is trying to imagine what could be by invoking much longer traditions and histories.
Thank you. Oh yes, Maciej, okay?
Thank you very much for this wonderful lecture. I would like to ask about Tacitus' Germania, because every mention we make about Tacitus refers to hundreds of reinterpretations. For example, Gibbon, in the end of the 18th century, great British historian, wrote about Germania in the context that Germans destroyed Imperium Romanum to create a modern Europe. And there are wonderful books about it. But Polish historian Jerzy Kolendo thinks that when we read in Tacitus about the Germans, it was all made up. It is on romance. It is on romance in the past. So Tacitus creates propaganda and political fiction about Romans, that they are not strong enough, that they lost their primary strength, and the new German tribes will destroy it in this new imperial epoch. So in the end, it is also a fictional story on Germans, and does it change anything in your interpretation, in the interpretation of this book, I wonder?
Thank you, sir. I'm not familiar with the classical scholarship around Tacitus, but there is a sense in which I think what you've said, and perhaps Attenbeck herself is aware of this, I don't know, but what this, it almost strengthens the argument in one way, because what we have are competing political fictions, competing ways of narrating who we are, what we could be. And those imaginaries, in some sense, there is a point at which those imaginaries are let loose from history, and they function differently. And that's obviously what, I mean, in Britain, for example, the imaginary of empire that structured Brexit, it was wholly unrelated to imperial history. It was an imaginary, and I think that's the way in which Tacitus is invoked in this text, as a way of thinking another understanding of what or who Germany could and might be. And by implication, not simply Germany, but I think Europe as well, because the novel, as I said, is dealing with that broader situating of German intellectual history in relation to an idea of the West. So I think there's a displacement of the West that takes place as well. I will have to, and it would be useful if you send me the references, because it would be nice to include some of that.
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mark, could you be a bit more explicit about the end of your presentation? How do you treat the very notion of citizenship? Because I was also thinking about this final scene of the party with all these people who transformed their relations towards all these immigrants. inviting them to the house, dining together. So do you think that citizenship is always violent? So we should maybe replace it with another notion of, or how we would like to reformulate it, yes? So also, what do they do at the end, right? This is some kind of, you know, they're contesting this dominating legal citizenship with another way of being citizenship, or citizenship is something to come. So we are all should look at this as a kind of process, yes? That is not even aggressive, because sometimes, like the story by Richard, yes? Sometimes you lose what you had, yes? And then you need to, like, start your journey to be a citizen again, right? So this is my question, yes? What you do at the end, because I agree that this is what you discussed as the crucial point of almost every novel we will discuss in this workshop. Because every novel about migrants presents some scenes about this legal procedures. Yeah? Someone is at the custom office, someone is being asked, like in Gauze, the man from Ivory Coast. And all the time, yes, they are like losing the state of being allowed to stay, like here in France, yes. But he stays there anyway, yes. So he's like in this state of exception, yes, as you described. So I do realize that this is one of the crucial things to be discussed. But how do you reformulate, yes, the notion of citizenship, yes, because that have to be always be violent, yes. Because what Richard does, yes, is taking care, yes, feeding them, even giving money. There is even a scene that he buys, I mean, he transfers money to, I think, to Ghana, yes, for the family of one of them, so as he could buy a farm, yes, and his family could live their own lives being there, yes. So there are different practices, yes, to be analyzed. Okay.
So, I mean, thanks for asking the impossible question. So how do I understand citizenship? So, I mean, the first thing to note is that citizenship has a history. Most historians of citizenship will, in its modern form, will trace it back to the post-French Revolutionary period in Europe, the idea of the citizen as embodying the will of the people. But in order to be a citizen, one has to be deemed of the people, one has to be registered as of the national community. So, on the one hand, I think that the idea of citizenship extends political equality in certain ways. But I'm not interested, and you might say, well, and many on the left have done this, one should defend this heritage. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in asking a slightly different question, which is, what do the established ways, dominant established ways of being, what harm do they cause? Because it's the point at which you identify the harm that you then need to think about the change that is necessary. So rather than say, what is a citizen, I want to ask the question, well, what does our understanding of citizenship do to those who cannot be conferred any legal status? What forms of violence does it allow? Not only to the exile or the immigrant, but also to the bodies of those who are deemed to be citizens. You'll remember Rousseau's account of the general will, which is still the implicit assumption in most states. If one is a citizen, the state can demand of you that you give up your life in the name of the nation. A very important question in light of what's happening now. In Poland at the moment, many, many young men are being encouraged to join the military and to train, and to potentially sacrifice their lives in light of the Ukrainian invasion. So the citizenship does violence in different ways internally as well as externally. And of course there's a longer history of the citizen being linked to a particular idea of virtue. So the old idea of the citizen that Rousseau speaks about is the virtuous, and vir, of course, refers back to, in the Latin, to male virility. To the one, so there's I think there's lots of questions about citizenship, even as we must acknowledge the importance of citizenship in the present. Just one last thing about this. We should note that it is only because you are deemed to be a citizen that you can then be hospitable. So it's ironic that the forms of politics and care that Derrida speaks about when he's talking about hospitality, they already presuppose these forms of power. I think what Erpenbeck asks is, how do we evacuate the forms of power that place one as the host and the other as the one who has to beg? And what we get at the end is an equality, actually, in which, at the end of the novel, it's a scene which almost doesn't fit in the novel. Richard is speaking to one of these men with whom he has become friends and talking about a very private thing that has taken place in his own life. When he was very young, his partner became pregnant, they went to the hospital. And it's a really odd end, because it doesn't appear to say anything about immigration. But what's interesting is the exposure of Richard that takes place in this moment. And his exposure is at the same time the point at which I think he stops being a host. And he becomes a friend, as opposed to a host. So I'd be interested in thinking of politics of friendship, as opposed to a politics of citizenship. A politics that gets beyond host and hostage. But you know, obviously the world we live in is not conferred like that. We have to live in the conditions within which we find ourselves, which are, to be frank, horrific at the moment. I'm not sure I answered completely.
I know this is a very general question because just like we have to supplant yes, this politics of citizenship with the politics of friendship. And this is what happens in this book, yes, in different ways, yes, but is it possible to avoid this politics of citizenship?
No. As Erpenbeck, some of the characters are based on people Erpenbeck met.
Yeah.
She writes, subsequent to the novel, about the death that some of these people suffered as a consequence of the actions of the German state. So the very people who appear as fictional characters in her novel, in life, one of them dies from a heart attack in Berlin.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions? Gerard.
I wonder if we can treat the institution of the working visas as a separate problem within the problem of citizenship politics you talk about today. Because it came to my mind that it shows that the structures of power they do not only have the power to deny one's citizenship and hence question their identity at all, but they can actually reduce these identities and pick only the quantities they find suitable for them. And maybe that shows I don't know how to name it, the cynicism of these power structures, their violence maybe in even more explicit way than a pure denial of citizenships. They can reduce a human being to only these quantities which are simply profitable for the system. That's just
and that's a very good point, because citizenship is deployed politically, and different forms of legal status are deployed. So in Britain, for example, we have this notion of the seasonal worker. And the seasonal worker comes to pick vegetables, is paid very little. In Spain, many of you will know about, in the south of Spain and in parts of Portugal, where seasonal workers from North Africa come in but are not registered and are paid wages that are even below the minimum wage in those countries, in order that we can eat cheap asparagus in Britain. So this is absolutely right. But I'd go even further. What's really interesting in the age we live in is that you can purchase citizenship. So in Britain, when you, if you are a potential immigrant to Britain, when you apply for citizenship, if you have over a certain amount of capital, you can literally be granted citizenship. So citizenship now is not something that simply polices the borders in order to exclude. It also polices subjectivity in terms of potential capital that might be included. I don't know if that similar structure exists in other European countries, but in Britain it's absolutely explicit. If you know, if you, I think it's £1 million, you are more or less automatically granted the right to stay, and then within 5 years, citizenship. So yes, this is a very good point. It's not simply one or the other. There's a whole in-between space in which this is differentially deployed.
Thank you. Maybe one more question? Okay, here you come.
I would just like to maybe offer a comment, and maybe it would provoke you to say something more about it. It seems to me, I haven't unfortunately read the novel, but it seems to me that you have told us the story of how how citizenship as a kind of legal form of life is being challenged by a different kind of social form of life. I'm trying to social form of life, which is being migrant or exile or refugee, being challenged, and it is being presented in the form of a literary genre novel. So we have a clash of two different kind of forms, a legal one and a social one, that has political consequences. So should that be the point of departure for discussing this particular novel as a political novel, in relation to the famous quote from Derrida, why literature as a fictive institution, and fictions are forms, and literature appears in forms, does that make literature this strange institution that can tell everything? And is that the basis for understanding the inherent democracy of literature as a modern institution? That is also related to the establishment of modern bourgeois society. So I'm trying to develop something here, and this is inspired by the work I have addressed just briefly today of one interesting author, Carolyn Levine, and about the concept of form as not only being a form of an aesthetic form, but also form of life. Forms organize our experience. So this is how I'm trying to make a point. Could this clash of different forms be the political in novel? Because she, and in the other, there is another author discussing form, Anna Corbu. She's arguing against Rancière, where she said, well, he argues for the disruption of forms as the political, but here we are talking about the the site of politics as a site of clash of different forms. So, and when it happens within literature, in what way? So these are the questions. And this is why I think it's interesting that you took this novel as an example too. I just trying to put it in other terms. I'm not sure if
I probably could have left out the whole first section if I just said that.
Yeah.
Because in a sense that is what's happening. This clash of different forms and ways of being. But and indeed there are competing forms of sociality that are put at play in the novel. Which might, some relate back to the Calvinist heritage and the legal heritage that structures law in Germany, but also the heritage of the West, and then a much longer heritage that links the West to a set of other practices. But I wanted to say something about the novel and the inherent democracy of literature, which you referenced. And the obvious reference point for this is Rancière's book on the politics of literature. I was slightly unsettled reading that novel. I agree with him, we need to historicize literature. We need to think about the way in which literature becomes an institutional form. But there is a moment which I found really problematic, and it's when he talks about Balzac's The Magic Skin. And at the beginning, so he's talking about Balzac, and he notes that in Balzac we get the performance of democracy as this form of a democracy in which the equality of all objects becomes possible. But then he lists the objects that Balzac chooses. The objects are crocodiles, boa constrictors, stuffed monkeys, Egyptian sphinxes. He goes on. It's like a colonial exhibition. And Rancière says nothing about it. It's really extraordinary that at the beginning of Rancière's account of the democracy of the novel, he invokes a the objects of colonial collection as the exemplar for the equality of objects, without asking the question whether or not the literary form has some relationship to this colonial, if there are colonial conditions that make the emergence of the novel possible. So I would want to push against the idea that literature inherently has a democratic form, whilst at the same time arguing that it does open up the possibility of suspending the institutions that we take for granted as real, and perhaps then pointing to other ways of being together. And I'll finish with this, and I apologize for going on. You said something earlier that I meant to say. When I think about democracy, I don't think about democracy as a form of state. I think about democracy as the enactment of equality, and what I'm interested in is who is it that enacts equality, and as a consequence compels states and institutions to reform themselves. So if we talk about the history of democracy, we don't talk about the state. What we talk about is the civil rights movement, the suffragettes, a range of other figures. So if we think of democracy in those terms, then we can think of the democracy of the novel in terms of both in terms of content and form, in terms of this question about the enactment of equality and what that means. Having said that, we should note that literature is an inherently autocratic form.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you so much. Before I announce the lunch break, please note that this is a passport for the dinner, okay? Because we will have lunch downstairs, the same room that our coffee, and we need to have faith with universal. I mean, if you go with us, we will tell this is you, yes, but no, do have it. Right, and then we have a break until 3 past.
So, hello again. I have a great pleasure to welcome you on the second section of our today's workshop, in which we will hear another 3 presentations by Ivana Perisa, Rosie Artemis, and Verdana Veličković. First comes Ivana, who is affiliated by Leibniz Center for Literary and Cultural Research. She specializes in history of literature of 20th and 21st century, and also common places between political and literary theory. She is also an author of a monograph about theoretical quarrel between Hannah Arendt and Jacques Rancière. And here in her presentation, she will introduce us into the concept of post-migrant literature and will consider political novel as a tool for searching for the truth. So, Ivana, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Gerard. Thank you. I wanted to kind of say that at the beginning that this after lunch section is probably the most difficult. I remember we had once a workshop in Vienna about the Serbian philosopher Radomir Konstantinović, and the colleague said that when Konstantinović wanted to insult Serbian philosophy, he said it is philosophy after lunch, you know. But I'm not as ambitious to do philosophy now. I will begin with just a brief clarification of terms I have in the title of a presentation, post-migrant and political novel. These 3 words, provocation, propaganda, resonances, are in scare quotes because they are kind of snippets from public discussion and not my own statements about the discourse. So, clarification of the terms. First, the post-migrant novel. That's basically the structure of my presentation. I will speak about the genre problem and, what's the interrelation between post-migrant and political novel, and in the other 2 sections I will kind of elaborate on possible questions to ask when defining something as a political novel, and there's a 3rd part about mainstreaming provocation. And I really realized this is kind of a workshop character we are meeting here, and I prepared a presentation not as a statement on the, on the results of my research, but as a series of research questions, which we can discuss then afterwards. So the post-migrant novel and the political novel. The attribute post-migrant applies to societies with a longer history of migration, or more precisely immigration, although it could, I think, also be refurbished for societies with a long history of emigration and a relatively short history of immigration. The prefix post, however, I quote Maha El-Hissi, whom I mentioned today already in the discussion, the prefix post, however, neither heralds the end of immigration, as she says, nor postulates a chronology, but rather aims to overcome the ongoing talk of migration and the enumeration of generations of descendants, end of quote. It focuses the experiences and perspectives of people who are, I quote, no longer migrants themselves, but who bring their migration background, or what is in German context called Migrationshintergrund, with them as personal knowledge and collective memory, end of quote. As for my focus here, which is the novel written by and about those who are not newcomers to the so-called host society, it is often repeated that post-migrant writing has qualities that distinguish it from exile literature, from earlier stages of migrant literature, or other contemporary authors who remain attached to the narrative of first-generation migrants. This includes a disconnecting of the term post-migrant from the exclusive focus on identity, migration, and the trauma of exclusion, and nothing else. The post-migrant generation in Germany, or post-migrant voices, better to say, can even refer to, or they do refer positively to Germany as their home country, or inform our Facebook hashtag, like from here, which is something different than saying that Germany is their Heimat. And here I'm just referring to a collection of essays edited by Fatma Aydemir and Hengame Yagubifara, titled Your Homeland is Our Nightmare. As far as the political novel is concerned, since the Berlin team members did not attend the first annual conference, we did attend, but we didn't make presentations. I think there is a debt to be paid, which I hope can be returned by an introductory assessment of the way in which I personally, not the team as a whole, believe the political novel can be recognized, read, and understood. At a recent workshop organized by the Brecht House in Berlin, which was a constituent meeting of a new working group called Political Aesthetics, Aurore, Peyrol, and I gave an overview of the difficulties of defining a literary genre in general and the political novel in particular. It was a thesis paper on the political novel in which we discussed the difficulties of defining the genre and drew up a list of, let's say, political questions that should be addressed to a novel that is suspected to be political. Not in the sense of a literary genre stricto sensu, but in line with our consortium's original definition of the political novel as a cross-genre. In this context, I would like to say that I do not speak about the post-migrant novel as an expert on migration or migrant writing. Rather, I'm evaluating this kind of contemporary writing in terms of one probable historical appearance of the political novel, or a specific side, or if you wish, subgenre, where politics and fiction meet one another. I do not understand this, of course, I must also add this, as a top-down procedure in the sense of, once we have defined a political novel, we will be able to recognize whether post-migrant novel is political or not. On the contrary, I strive for a double-geared procedure, and I wish to work with the post-migrant novel so it helps me outline the forms of the political novel. Within this project, I promised to deliver a monograph, and I'm playing with the thought of, not writing kind of another purely academic work, but to write something which begins with how to. This second title is just a joke, but perhaps I'm going to the direction of Eric Olin Wright, like a collection of essays. A political novel for our present time. In asking the political questions, I also avoid ethical criticism in the sense that I do not select novels that qualify to, I quote here, Lenin by purpose, that qualify to train good, pure, and splendidly educated people who would build socialism. I mention Lenin on purpose because there are striking correspondences, I think. I think we touched upon that in some occasions. Correspondences between the ethical investments in proletarian revolutionary and post-migrant writing. But I prefer the standpoint that, let's say, not ethical criticism, but the standpoint of A, political theory, and B, the sociology of literature. Political theory asks what is genuinely political about a political novel in its specific historical and social time and space, and sociology of literature asks how a piece of work resonates with its audiences and real, like empirical readers. And my interest today is even more specific. I'm asking how the post-migrant novel creates or articulates, communicates, and enforces truth, and how the various truths are in turn created and solidified by their communities and then invested in reading and engaging with the post-migrant novel. So the question is why the focus on truth or truths? Because the post-migrant novel is one of those contemporary lines of literary production that emphatically expose, communicate, and insist on the hidden truth about, or in the words of Robert Boyers, the absent cause of our social coexistence. It is also interesting that post-migrant novel marks a point of friction between empirical readers and academic criticism. At least I would say in the German context. Given the popular nature of the three novels I have chosen for this, Boyers, I mentioned him. Given the popular nature of the three novels I have chosen for this presentation, which operate in genres such as the coming-of-age novel, the crime novel. The first title is Eidemir's Ellbogen or Elbow. The second is by Hengame Yagubi Farah, Ministerium der Träume, Ministry of Dreams. And the third title is perhaps most sophisticated in the highbrow sense, in the sense that it is recognized as author fiction, Dinçer Güçeter's Our German Story. or our German fairy tale. The question is, my question is, if these novels find resonance within the political subject they are communicating with, and also whether academic and highbrow criticism is responsive in terms of its consecration power. You know, what's the standing of this novel in this so-called high culture? I hope to have time to come back to this at the end of my presentation. Before that, I wish to be more specific about my own take on politics in the political novel in general and the post-migrant novel in particular. Is it because of my predilection for Arendt or for Lukács? At all events, my understanding, as you all know, is more closer to the idea of politics as action than to the political and symbolic investments in dispersed aesthetic resistances. And insofar, it seems a bit outdated or beyond the beaten track. I'm aware that when I speak of literary writing, I'm moving in a realm of dispersed aesthetic resistances, and by no means do I wish to say that the political is the category of the political is less relevant. In my presentation, in that part about mainstreaming provocation, I will finally turn to the political, however, not in the sense of some immanent aesthetics, but in the sense of forms of the literary, which communicate with empirical readers and arouse reactions to the literary texts. And Zinka, in your last, in your last reaction to the last presentation, you mentioned both Caroline Levin and both Anna Korbel, who I'm citing here, and that they didn't read your paper about politics of forms, which is, you know, follow-up to the conference yet, but I guess there are some synchronicities here. Well, departing from Levin and from Kornblum, I understand literary forms not as epiphenomenal responses to, sorry, this was consecrating by the highbrow criticism, sorry, I will skip that now. Not in the sense that forms are some superficial responses to social realities, but as she says, forms encountering other forms, or more simply put, that forms from literary writing resonate somehow with the forms from the outer space. Nevertheless, I maintain that unlike some other contemporary German authors who are also recognized as political authors, Heike Geisler was a guest at the first annual conference in Berlin. She is a political author. Or Anke Stelling, author of the acclaimed novel Sheep in Trockenens, Sheep in the Dry, is also a political novelist. In contrast to them, I think the selected post-migrant resistances that I'm focusing on, the first three novels I mentioned before, they do have an agenda that can and should be illuminated through the prism of politics, and not only the political. Here, I first wish to give you an outline of this idea of politics. Then I will say a word about the subject of action, which somehow relates to it. Politics is described by Martin van Delden and Yvonne Crenier in their book Gunshots at the Fiesta as follows. I will not read the whole paragraph, but I just highlighted elements such as that politics has to do with how decisions are made for and by communities, societies. It has something to do with power in society, with the relations between rulers and the ruled, with the conflicts and their resolutions, with resource mobilization. And it includes dualistic, mutually exclusive moral options. Politics includes either or types of oppositions, and it includes or results in ideological plebiscites for or against this or that. This propensity of politics stems from built-in action-oriented and moralizing impulses. I mean, there is no need to cringe, you know. Jacobi Farah and Aydemir and Küçüter, they are not authors of production novels or social protest novels, but their newspaper columns, the volumes they edit, one I mentioned before, their public engagement against right-wing and far-right politics, against racism, they establish their public presence in the sense I have emphasized in this last quote. Jacobi Fara's public persona is perhaps outstanding in this respect. While working on the novel Ministry of Dreams and editing the collective volume Eure Heimat ist unser Albtraum, Your Homeland is Our Nightmare, the author came into the spotlight as a columnist in the German daily Taz, where she published the satirical article All Cops Are berufsunfähig, or something like disabled or not able to work. She asked the rhetorical question, if the police are abolished but capitalism is not, what will happen to all the people who are in the police today? This happened shortly after the murder of George Floyd in May 2020. And her answer to this rhetorical question was, I can only think that was the article, I can only think of one possibility, the garbage dump. I'm not thinking of garbage people who still have keys to their own houses, but of literally dumping the policemen in the landfill where they would really just be surrounded by garbage. I added also the German original because I'm not sure, it's a little difficult to translate to English. These three sentences gave rise to a heated debate about the freedoms and ethics of satire in contemporary public discourse. They even led Horst Seehofer, the then federal minister of, I will say it first in German, Bundesministerium des Innern für Bau und Heimat, which is his invention. It was not a democratically made decision to rename the ministry to include the word Heimat. In English, it reads as Minister of the Interior, Building and Community. Anyway, Seehofer threatened a legal action against the columnist. What interests me here is not the satirical column itself, but the debate that this controversy sparked in the journal. The debate, which was in many respects also a generational one, between baby boomers and I don't know which generation that is now, Epsilon or what. The debate was characterized by a series of obviously non-negotiable juxtapositions, such as structurally discriminated versus privileged, black versus white, silenced versus speaking. And Jacobi Fara's supporters insisted that those who had been silenced for decades were now allowed to say everything, while those who spoke from the standpoint of their white privilege would eventually have to endure a speaking ban. This debate is illustrative of the either-or types of oppositions that Van Delden and Grenier recognize as genuinely political. Controversies of this kind, even when an individual novel subverts the Manichaeanism that underlies the day-to-day politics and debates, become and remain in the novel for a time. That's my thesis, that you cannot separate her writing, which actually was being developed, or writing down the novel, which evolved in the same period from public controversies from that same period. These controversies, these debates, they create a resonant space into which the novel itself then unavoidably inserts itself, you know. And that may change after a while, after we have forgotten the debate. And similarly, as Jacobi Fara's public statements have an agenda, also her novel pivots around action and as a whole has an identifiable agenda. To paraphrase again Robert Boyers, in her novel, I quote, this is actually a paraphrase of the quote, in her novel, separate issues, psychological, political, ethical, work together in the service of a determinate goal. That goal may not be fully realized or acknowledged in the work itself, but it will inevitably be seen to underlie the competing narrative codes and issues. And if the work is in fact properly designated a political novel, the determinate goal toward which the various elements tend will have something to do with the ideas about community, collective action, and the distribution of power. End of paraphrase. In terms of the subject of action, my purposefully outdated conceptual calibration of the political novel along the lines of a subject in relationship to action, and that's also more or less, orientation Robert Boyers is taking in his study, it corresponds surprisingly well with the post-migrant novel, actually. By calibration, I do not mean definition, but a set of, as I said, political questions which serve us as a tool to assess political novels, how to, to answer the question, how to read the political novel, or what we suspect to be political novel. Of course, similarly as Boyer's claims of the absent cause, so also answering these questions will, as he says, vary as we move from one kind of political novel to another. Thus, this ready-to-use practical guide for reading political novels should be flexible enough to encompass as many different conceptions of politics as possible, provided that, that's like my standpoint on this, that they fulfill the following minimum requirements. The novel marks or articulates a presence of previously invisible or marginalized social positions and issues. This is the political criterion of representation, that it corresponds to the idea of a political subject and, however vaguely, communicates with it, given that, and also given that this political subject is, that the subject is political if it is oriented or even organized around the common interest and has an agenda that does not shun from using power in society. Finally, one criterion is that the novel is also recognized as political or misrecognized as political. And that, that means that it resonates within this political subject or group or community and even beyond. This is indeed the case in all three novels I'm including here. The new visibility concerns repressed themes such as the labor migration of the Gastarbeiter generation and their invisibilized presence in the new society. The point of the political subject, I know, that may be debatable because the novels can hardly relate to the migrant and Gastarbeiter as a political subject, which is far less articulated and organized in the political discourse in Germany than, like the neutral worker. And there is a lot of criticism that major unions mainly pursue the interests of recognized workers, but not of migrant workers. Borrowing from Anna Kornblum, I would say that all three authors and novels, that they share the struggle to create a just collective amidst desperate interdependence, the struggle to infrastructuralize flourishing above immiseration, the struggle to contrive spaces adequate for human beings, end of quote. And indeed, using power in society is directly addressed in Eidemir's novel. Elbow revolves around the murderous abreagieren, of a female character who is a second-generation migrant. In Jacobi Farah's Ministry of Dreams, the reader follows with tension the dramatic story of a hopelessly private search for truth about the death of the main character's sister, which is apparently of no interest to state organs, first and foremost police. And finally, action is also taken in Gucceter's democratic reworking of literary language, but even more so in his public role as an author and activist who speaks out against the far right in contemporary German society. It is thanks to the interplay of these markers that the three novels are currently recognized as somehow political by both readers and contenders. And of course, these contenders can be of different kinds. We can talk about that. I'm just showing one sort of, what a contender's response might mean. So this happened in April, sorry, and was published on Gucceter's Facebook, and someone broke into his car, and this was like, that's something which this act of violence actually repeated. This whole game started after he positioned himself in his speeches at award ceremonies in his hometown against a small group of people who constantly shout, "Our country, our homeland." I wanted to end my lecture, or my presentation, with a theoretically more ambitious punchline using Alain Badiou's idea of truth procedures in an unorthodox way, because I think that what distinguishes the contemporary political novel from a political novel is precisely this operation with the category of truth. However, I decided to, include implicitly this question of truth in my discussion of the novels, and not lose time with longish theoretical excerpt. I think it is better if I said more about, I don't have time, but I mentioned resonances at several points. I will now turn to the final part of my presentation, which is provocation, and I will skip propaganda because, like propaganda is a curse word. We can perhaps come back to that in the discussion. Yes, I leave now. I decided to dedicate the rest of the presentation, or next 2-3 minutes, to the topic of provocation. Of course, provocation, propaganda, and resonances, the value of these keywords for the, that I said already, that I guess it will become clear even without delving into the theoretical discussion of Badiou's own politics of truth. In our contribution to the workshop, I mentioned Aurore Peyrolle, quoted from Nathalie Quintin's contribution to the anthology against political literature, Contre la littérature politique. In her contribution, with this witty title, Many Intentions, Few Crimes, the author refers to writers associated with the publishing house La Fabrique and Éditions Amsterdam, which are among the most left-wing and critical on the French literary scene. Peyrolle continues that the political novel is no longer the one that, to borrow, I'm quoting Suleiman, who quotes Gide, she says, political novel, or Peyrolle says, political novel is not similar as Suleiman says about Gide's famous phrase about homosexual love, is not anymore the novel that does not dare to speak its name. So it is not controversial anymore, actually, but on the contrary, a genre that, or a sort of writing that is welcome everywhere, at least in the French context. The question now arises, can something similar be said about the post-migrant political novel in Germany? I mean, I'm also thinking about, this broken window on the car, but there is a difference between reception, by far right in local communities and highbrow criticism. On the one hand, we have recurrent attacks such as the one on Kucheter. On the other hand, in contrast to the time before Hanau, which is the watershed that El-Hissi includes in her essay, the community of post-migrant writers and cultural workers is comparatively stronger, louder, and more self-confident. It has achieved that racialization and marginalization are no longer only visible as marginal and ahistorical, but as a deep structure underlying Europe as a whole. Finally, as we learned from Mariam Aras, who was also at the roundtable in Berlin, this community is also better organized today. The question cannot be answered with a simple yes or no, nor does Quintin describe the situation in France by simply claiming that the whole system is a bunch of yes men. But it does lead me to ask a question about a literary strategy that in both Anglo-Saxon and German contexts is called provocation or displeasure. I'm thinking about, what came across my mind while preparing the paper was disciplina kičme, sviđa mi se ti ne bude prijatno, I like you, to be uncomfortable, like also as an aesthetic, radical procedure. In her essay on Fatma Aydemir's Ellbogen, or elbow, Sarah Colvin describes Aydemir's killing of a German student in one Berlin metro station, which is something which happens in this novel, where 3 girls with an ill-famed migrant background attack and beat under the influence of alcohol one German student who then falls under the metro train. If this death can be seen as accidental, their aggression against him wasn't. Encouraged by a fair amount of alcohol, they had fun beating him or laughing at him. Simultaneously, Colvin argues this drive to violence is only a result of a much deeper, invisible but palpable structural violence that the 3 girls have been subject to since the day they were born. The reviews of the novel similarly mention that Aydemir's elbow is a provocation of the liberal majority society, a kick in the stomach. To be precise, 2 kicks. One for the misogynistic Turkish society, and one, these are quotes, and one for the hypocrisy of the also liberal Germans. End of quote. Coming back to Quintin's criticism of literary writing, which exerts social critique, but by repeating the pattern only serves the market niche, I wonder if that criticism is without further ado applicable to the post-migrant novel in Germany. Or I wish just to kind of preliminarily pose this as a question, and I will give you my answer. When judging the social reach and aesthetic innovation in the political novel, we tend to switch back and forth between two things. The idea of mainstreaming criticism on the one hand, and the dictate of innovativeness on the other. And, you know, something which underlies Quintin's criticism of French, I mean, she was basically speaking of autofiction and new class writing in France. The idea that underlies her criticism is that provocation has probably become a marker of a style of writing or of a line of literary production and isn't perhaps provocative anymore. So if we switch back and forth between mainstream criticism and the dictate of aesthetic innovation, we can say that, on the one hand, we are asking about the workings of literature in reading audiences and the society at large, which is a descriptive way to put it, and another, or to look at it, and another is demanding revolutionary forms, which is implicitly normative. Academic and mainstream criticism quite straightforwardly leans more towards the latter. In contrast to that, I guess that if provocation has a social purpose and not only an aesthetic one, this purpose does not fulfill itself with the first and only undertaking. It rarely happens that a single provocation is enough to defeat the counterpart, as David did with Goliath. This is why the political impetus of this kind of literary provocation needs repetition, stabilization in terms of genre and market niche formation, followed by the army of students and researchers who chew it through until they can no more. Throughout this process, something solidifies on both sides, perhaps, on the side of those who dare provocation and those who are expected to endure it or choose to escape it altogether. The result is best visible in the controversy around Iago Bifara's column on police, two confronting fronts and their respective politics of truth. In this sense, the post-migrant novel is a truth generator and consolidator. It has a significant role in the political constitution of the contemporary subject and should be, I think, as such, located in the tradition of the political novel. Thank you. Oh, so this is, I skipped this, that was just an example of, you know, mitigation of perhaps provocative or unpleasant writing from the perspective of highbrow criticism and, you know, like this kind of criticism that consecrates, willfully consecrates that which is perhaps unpleasant. Yeah, that's basically it. Thank you.
It's now time to start a discussion, so now we can ask your questions to Ivan.
You'll have to forgive me because I want to ask about Badiou, which you mentioned only as a provocation. But in light of the idea of mainstream provocation, how do you make use of Badiou? Because when Badiou outlines the four truth procedures, the only truth procedure that makes an appeal to universality is the political. But the aesthetic and love and science he describes as aristocratic truth procedures.
Yes.
And he says very clearly that if we apply one truth procedure, namely the universality of equality from politics, to other truth procedures, then we end up destroying those truth procedures because the truth that is established in that procedure is incompatible with the universality of equality. So I find that a slightly strange, especially in light of what you do, which seems to me, if you want to use Badiou's terminology, it seems like you are breaking Badiou and establishing literary as in some sense political in our own sense, namely participating in the establishment of a public sphere.
Yes, I said I wish to use all but you in an unorthodox way, and I meant that not in the sense you described now, but in the sense that he stays committed to the communist idea, or to the idea of communist subject. And I kind of forced myself to renounce that, you know, because these are not these are because the material asks for that, you know, like these novels, they do not follow that tradition. They do not stay committed to the idea of. I mean, they may be anti-capitalist, but you know, they are not in that legacy. And I wanted to relativize Badiou in the sense that in a hegemonic space there are many truths, such as the truth of the communist subject, which are competing over the primacy, or to take into possession this empty space of the social, and, you know, like to enforce their own truth to the others. So there, these truths are competing with one another. But what you asked about different truth procedures, he also says, what I will say now, I don't think that contradicts Badiou actually, because he historicizes different truth procedures or social roles of literature. And he says there is a Platonic idea, there is the, I don't know them now by heart, sorry, the Romantic idea and the Aristotelian idea, where Platonic is, you know, ethical in the sense there is truth outside, that was what you described, truth outside of literature, and you can only use literature to teach that truth. Romantic means that all the truth is in the literature, and Aristotelian means that you find place of you find a refugium in literature, because you cannot fix social realities. So that's kind of a bourgeois, actually, idea. I think why I read these novels as political novels, because the investment, truth investment in them is so strong that I don't think they are practicing, or they are seeing literature as a refugium anymore. This is where, like, literary writing really becomes a vehicle of politicization. That's what that would be my first take on this. Although I also have to contradict myself in the sense that the discourse and this writing is evolving in a capitalist system, and they cannot fix it. You know, like it is, I think, totally, sorry for the word, idiotic for us to think that literature can recuperate or can fix system, you know, which only politics does, you know, in a way. It can kind of coordinate with other truth procedures, but cannot do it by itself. You know, that's also a romantic illusion. So there are also limits to these investments in post-migrant writing as political. That's where I wish also not to kind of be too emphatic about it, because we have to be aware of these limits of not post-migrant writing, but of writing in general in the capitalist context. Yeah.
Another question, please. Tomasz?
Unexpectedly it works. So luckily, I have to say that I like the concept of yours about this truth practice, because it is doing justice to some of the post-migrant and also migrants. This is my conviction. I mean, in many of these novels, we had the same situation. Someone who decided to be a migrant, he appears in a new situation, a new context. But what he many times is doing, yes, he decides to reveal, yes, what happened in the past, yes, to dig in the family history. He decides to express his testimony, yes. So I mean, this frame of post-migrant or migrant situation, narrative situation, yes, pushes people, yes, for these truth practices. This is what I think. I can see about many novels. Yeah? I don't know if those, because I did not read it, but I told you that I read one book by Fatma and Mir, and it was exactly the scenario. Yes, the crushed Turkish family in Germany. Yes, at the end they need to come back and announce what has really happened. Yes, in their family, to their family in the 70s when they were living in Turkey. So there is some kind of tendency, yes, to ask the question about some truths, yes, and doing some truth practice. These truth practices are very difficult, very different. Sometimes it is a conversation with your mother, with the mother of the main character, yes. Then sometimes confrontation, yes, with some unpleasant, yes, part of the familiar past, and so on and so on. So I think this is something that happens. This is just my remark, because I think it's truth practices, yes, is something that is important, yes, for these narrators. I would like to ask you about the term resonance, because you made lots of information about provocation, but resonance is also interesting for me. If you could just develop this term, how do you understand it? Because I have somewhere in mind some sociological definition by Carl Rosa about resonance. Yes, people look for resonances. Yes, and maybe that would also be helpful. Yes, that the problem of the migrant point of view is the problem of being muted. Yes, and not having any resonance, right? Like in Jenny Ertenberg, that they cannot work, yes. So they are like stay here, do not move, yes. Be in the retention center, yes. Do not act, yes. Do not resonate with the surroundings of Berlin, right? When you write from this post-migrant perspective or migrant perspective, it's also the question of resonance. Yes, you want to have this resonance, and also Jan Erpenbeck's book ends with resonances, lots of resonances. Yes, that takes place. It is also a bit more new materialistic vocabulary that could be useful here, but that doesn't have to. But I think that this idea of resonance is also applicable, yes, for the books we discuss, also for this Fatma and I am sure about that the resonance is important. So how do you see this resonance?
Yeah. First about the truth, I think why this writing, and it's not only post-migrant writing, but also like this new class writing from the, Annie, I know you spoke about her at the conference, but did that much earlier, but let's say from the 2000, like in the 2000s it became kind of, it developed into a significant line of production, literary production. That kind of writing already had the idea of truth, you know, like of reporting from the unknown layers of society, which is what I mentioned, like the correspondences with proletarian, revolutionary, and social literature of the 20s and 30s. They practice basically the same, you know, in Zagreb it was visible geographically. You should report to the upper classes who were living on the upper side of the railway, how the people live who are beneath the railway, where there's no electricity, no plumbing, you know, like, and tuberculosis and so on. So this kind of writing was instrumental, was used to kind of tell the truth about social reality. And this is, of course, a big change when compared to postmodern relativity of truth, you know, and the accompanying literary writing. So as for the resonances, I must say I'm not much into, I didn't go into theoretical exploration of resonance. What I see is that, and why I use this term is that there are gaps between, you know, like empirical readers and reading communities and audiences, and what like scholarly community thinks that people imagine while reading novels. So this research into empirical readers hasn't happened for decades actually, which is quite interesting. There's a recent essay by a colleague from Zagreb who basically, you know, like sums up the results of the some results of the sociology of literature, and he says, you know, when you ask general reading public what they value the most about why they read, it's the content, and it is you know, like leisure, and even librarians answer they are actually not interested in forms of writing, you know. So it might be that when we are speaking about, you know, these very sophisticated aesthetic questions, we are preaching to the, you know, how do you say, preaching to the converted, or what is it, you know the phrase. So we are speaking to our own community of readers and not to empirical readers, and that's just, I put this as a question. When we speak about this kind of writing, or post-migrant writing in Germany, I would like to know, I don't know it, you know, how does it resonate with Goethe's mother, who is, you know, like evidently not an academic, and within her networks, and how it resonates with successful cultural workers, which all these authors, post-migrant writers I mentioned, are actually. So they are, again, a community for themselves. So these are different social layers we have to consider, and I think what expects me at some time will be empirical research also. So I have no answers.
One question about the provocation, because you maybe also touch this rhetorical ground and ask if we have, and in what conditions this post-migrant novel appears, you know, this traditional mechanism for provocation, like sarcastic presentation, ironic presentation, sometimes satirical, yes? Because Mark mentioned this book by Gauss, Standing in Public. He's very sarcastic, and this is his power. This is the power of the novel, yes? And this is why it is so memorable. So the answer, yes, conditions under which, yes, the provocation deploys these, not all of them. Sometimes this, you know, melancholic, nostalgic helplessness prevails, but sometimes, yes, the tool is just like a sarcastic comment, yes, and this is sometimes really interesting, and this is what I like about the book by Gauss.
Yes, and that's why I think we should combine, you know, these two approaches. Generally, like question about really political context, about who are the groups that are doing which kind of politics by means of literature on the one hand. On the other, what are the forms that make political novel political in that sense? Why is it that some elements or dimensions of a piece of writing trigger such reactions? Because that's the answer for that can be found in the political, you know, what Zinka mentioned, that like these references to Kornblue and to Levin, you know. I always ask myself while reading Levin and Kornblue, okay, how do we exemplify that on one particular text, you know? What are these forms of everyday life, of, you know, like, why do we speak about what we mentioned today, I don't know, old white men, and how it is framed in a literary text that we kind of recognize it as somehow corresponding with our everyday reality, and without thinking, oh, this is like one-to-one application of the political discourse or something like that. So these are actually questions that ask about the form of writing in the end. Yeah. But again, this triggering is not universal. It all depends on the reading audience, on the reader also. Yeah.
Not only form, but also modality.
Yeah.
Modality, when we speak about ironic.
I would just like to add that the common reader is a fiction.
Yes.
So the common reader as a fiction does not have to be aware of forms. If the literary form, if the novel is well written, then it has its effects on the reader. It doesn't matter if the reader is aware of the narrative strategies. So the awareness is not something that should be a problem for the non-expert reader of novels.
Yeah, of course, it's fiction of those who write about, like a common reader is fiction invented by those who write about common reader.
And Irena told me her experience in the book club. It will be very interesting because now for the first time we are going to have this reading diary, collective reading diary, and there will be interesting impressions of the people, of the members of the circle, of the reading circle, and they take these novels more seriously than our students in our classes. You know, they read because they are expecting not only to, you know, be entertained, but also, I don't know, to culturally elevate themselves or to learn something, because it is much easier to learn via novel than to read, I don't know, a sociological treatise or something like that. So I think that we have to make the challenge the idea of this reading only for pleasure. Because pleasure is also an ideological, you know.
Yeah, but it really depends on, you know, like many things.
One can have pleasure in, I don't know, reading Minima Moralia, who told me to have pleasure. So, you know, if it is well written, then the form is doing what it is supposed to do. Yes, yes. I'm just trying to be a little bit more open to
I mean, I don't have to respond to that. I just want to say we have to be attentive to who is reading. Yeah. And I selected by purpose novels which are very pleasant to read, and they do have a political agenda in a way, in the text and in the context. Yeah. That's.
Our colleague in the Russian department told us that the most popular Russian author among the students is Tolstoy. And really, this is, the classes are full, they are reading, they are enjoying, they are learning about Kutuzov and yes, really, because it is well written and the form does the work.
Yeah, but perhaps you can also ask the question, why Tolstoy today? Why now? You know, what is that? You know, like what is now the link between them and Tolstoy that wasn't there perhaps 20 years ago? I don't know.
Yes, that's fine.
Do we have any more questions? Do contemporary theories of truth address the reasons we dropped the strong notions of truth in the first place at the end of the 20th century, namely the fear of the rebirth of great totalitarian systems?
I didn't understand the question. Can you?
Do contemporary theories of truth address the reason we resigned at a given moment from the strong definitions of truth, because we were afraid of the return of the great narratives, which led us to the two great totalitarian systems?
I don't know. I'm not sure if there are contemporary theories of truth. I was only referring to Badiou, and Tomek reminded me of, you know, like Eagleton's kind of analysis, or he's essayistic looking back at the time when truth was so relative, yeah? In postmodern era. perhaps someone can help me, but I don't know if there are kind of contemporary theorists of truth or who would reflect on what I was presenting here. I just read this sort of writing as a signal that something essentially shifted, you know, which is kind of replaying now or becoming similar to the politics of truth that we had in the 20s and 30s, you know, like when literature was much strongly, much more connected with politics in terms of political organizations, political groups, interest groups, and etc. Yeah.
Okay, we are Mark.
I'm interested in this question of truth and what it might mean. So I have to be honest, I'm always confused when critics write about the truth of the novel, or even when critics speak about the truth of reality in the strong sense. So I'm just interested in when you use the phrase, what you mean. I know it's only in by you, sorry, so it's unfair, but you did use it in reference to the idea of the novel as a form of provocation as well.
You mean what is specifically truthful about the novel?
Why would we use truth as a way of evaluating?
I was using truth more in the context of, you know, like community consolidation, in the sense of, you know, like post-migrant situation in Germany, where you have a community of authors and readers who see the truth of society as xenophobic, racist, whereas the mainstream does not see that or denies that. So there is a process of consolidation through writing about that. They know the truth, you know. So this is one element. Another element I didn't touch upon that, but contemporary, like at the moment in Germany, there is a lot of talk about social groups or strata, or not strata, but social parts of society that that established politics cannot, and they use the word einholen, which means cannot reach or cannot resonate with. So this is, you know, like kind of there are problems in politicians put it in a way that they say we have communication problem, you know. But what happens is actually consolidation of different perspectives on society, which are so strong that they have the character of truth, which is evident, non-questionable. I'm sorry. So I mean, let's see if literature plays a role in that process. Yeah.
So, I mean, it's interesting that you use that in quite a strong sense, where even someone like Jürgen Habermas will not speak about truth, but claims to validity. And nonetheless, he will present himself as a universalist and a rationalist. But the category of truth he will no longer lay claim to. And others might say articulation or establishment of truths, but not something one refers to, but instead something that's established in practice. So it's just interesting for me to hear the category re-invoked.
Thank you for asking that, but I think there is a difference, you know. As I said, it's not like a fully elaborated paper, but I think like when I use the term truth, I speak from I imagine to speak not in the name of, but like to take into position of someone who is to whom, you know, like this perspective of society or this society is evident as it is, and it is not a result of a discourse in the sense that it's a kind of step out from the postmodern discursive language games. It's not anymore like question of hegemony and different agonistic dispositives who are competing over truth. We all know it does not exist, but it is, or you know, like it's. I mean, perhaps I didn't put it precisely enough, but in the sense that these individual takes on what is do not acknowledge this possible status of relativity, which is in a way a political condition, because when you are really competing over this empty space of the social, you do not, you know, like you do not question your position.
But that's different to the prison.
Yes. Yes. So I think without putting myself into any of these groups, I try to look at it as a sociologist or something like that, you know, like, which is absolute relativism, you know, like the AfD person has its own truth as someone who is claiming racism in society, has its own truth, which does not mean that these truths are on equal, like equal, yeah, but perhaps they are equally persuaded that they see what the others don't see. Yeah.
That's what's interesting about you invoking Badiou, is Badiou will say that truths are established. Yes. There are moments of establishment, but truths can be forced, so he'll avoid the forcing. But he will also say that we can then ask the question in political terms where claims to truth are made, because we can identify them because we have the criteria. Criteria is policy. So for Badiou, the distinction between the AfD and the immigrant communities making claims about racism is subjected to the truth criteria. And in that sense, they establish a truth that others can't.
So yeah, I see that there are like two angles which are kind of contradicting each other when I use Badiou here, because Badiou says there is one truth, but perhaps you can look at Badiou also as someone who is claiming his truth, you know, in the hegemonic society, which I mean, it depends on which level you read Badiou, as a Platonic, you know, like someone who is advocating Platonic idea, or someone who is pushing through his own, you know, like not individual truth, but the truth he is aligned with, and I have to take Badiou because Badiou is the only one who is using this category, you know. I mean, in that sophisticated sense, yeah.
Can one say that the truth of one is the real, real for the other? You know.
The opinion, what?
The truth of one group is the real of another group. You know, if the real for someone who is an AfD supporter or member or something, it is the real, the traumatic real for an immigrant. Yes. So yes, that in that sense. So the truth appears as real for someone. So there is no absolute truth. So this, yeah.
What is, you mean, what is real for, yeah.
Two sides of the coin. Yes.
I also kind of think we have to be cautious not to totally relativize that, in the sense that, you know, like, let's say that far right truth is the other side of.
Say that if one uses the concept of truth in that way, that I did not think that it is relativization. It is just, I think, now I cannot say reality. It is how do you, one cannot speak in these concepts anymore. This is the problem with our condition. What one thinks is true, the other experiences as the real. So there are two angles where the truth clashes with political reality, or I don't know. It is also problematic concept.
Yeah, I mean that's why I included, you know, like the term politics here, because this antagonism. I mean, you can say it is like agonism, of course, but you know, this juxtaposition is clear. It's, you know, like there is no when confrontation is there, and these novels are in the discourse of this confrontation. There are things which are non-negotiable. Yeah.
Charlotte had a question.
I think Rosie has to.
Okay.
Yeah.
So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dynamic discussion.
You can close that up.
And now please let me invite Rosie Artemis, who is a professor in the Department of Languages and Literature at the University of Nicosia. She specializes in the fields of English and American literature as well as continental philosophy. She is an author of a book devoted to psychoanalysis according to Freud, Lacan and Kristeva, and her paper will use some works of Jean-Luc Nancy and Etienne Balibar to discuss urgent problems of 21st century Europe.
Just to calibrate.
Okay, perfect. All right. First of all, thank you to those who made it, who survived after lunch in the afternoon drag to operate and to speak with terms like Zrinka, like Ivana. I'm going to try to be fast. I'm going to try to stick to even less to the limit of 25 minutes. I'm planning to speak less so that we can have discussion and enjoy a coffee break. And of course, I have to start that I feel here the spirit, I don't want to say the ghost, of Mark from earlier, because when I was listening to him before that, I was thinking about the overlapping or the common threads or the common points that I'm making with his paper, my paper and his paper. Of course, I have to raise the bar. I have to speak better in a different way so that I do not bore people. My paper, my presentation is entitled Little Bees, Difference, Otherness and Exclusion in the 21st Century Europe, because I would like to focus on a book that seems to be a very good book, 21st century text, but probably not as popular as some other texts that we were discussing in private conversations with other people. So I am far away from the idea that I'm going to teach you theory. Most of you are more competent than me, I'm sure. But I'm happy to introduce a book and probably recommend it not just for a text portrait, but recommend it for a summer reading for you. Of course, the topic is definitely not very pleasant. Of course, the whole novel is building on conflict rather than something pleasant for the beach and so on. So definitely it's worth our time if we're going to read anything this summer. Okay, here goes. In this presentation, I want to discuss some works of the French philosophers Jean-Luc Nancy and Etienne Balibar on the ever so topical issues of difference, otherness, and exclusion in the context of diverse, problem-ridden Europe in the 21st century. The topicality of these issues is prompted by the existing wide gap in the treatment of vulnerable people across the continent, in addition to and beyond the sex-class divide. It's a gap that delineates the break between us and the asylum seekers, between the human rights and the politics of the Western democracies in relation to the foreigner or the undocumented other. A common thread in the writings of Nancy and Balibar seems to be an urgent call for basic humanity and ethical responsibility in the face of thousands of refugees who legally, or most often illegally, try to reach dream destinations in Europe, only to end up very often in the hell of makeshift camps or detention centers, if they are lucky, or else they end up washed off the shores of the Mediterranean Sea or the English Channel, or dead in refrigerator trucks and containers. To start us off, I propose a return to a few simple definitions which have been decisively embedded in the contemporary discourses on migration and exile for a long time now, yet surprisingly they have been reinterpreted in most challenging ways by a variety of scholars, Nancy and Balibar among those. These are the very notions of politics and the political. Or perhaps I need to reverse my previous statement and say that migration and exile have been always embedded in the discourse of the political, starting with the very notion of the polis, the Greek polis, of who belongs to it and who doesn't. From times immemorial, the polis subsumed more than the politics, even though later politics reclaimed as its own, or at least want to, the totality of the polis. This is Nancy in his article, The Political and or Politics. In other words, polis is shaken in its foundation. That which we call polis, it is shaken as the logos is shaken and for the same reasons. This is again Nancy. I propose to start with these concepts as they are not only keywords in our European project, the cartography of the political novel in Europe, but because it seems to me that in these days of somewhat fluctuating interest in some topics of social importance, the political continues to be an important discursive focus, although a focus with a varied dimensions across the borders of different European and third countries, rather than third countries, across the borders of race, class, and gender too. It is the 20th century, but even more the 21st century, that requires a reinterpretation of the political and perhaps a reinterpretation of what politics could do in dealing with the ever-increasing human exodus on this continent. The political, then, is a key word in finding new ways to encounter the other and, in the process, to encounter ourselves. However, the political is not going to be enough in this endeavor unless it is paired with a strong ethical insight. Jean-Luc Nancy, for example, writes back in 2014, this is 10 years ago. He says, if our politics, la politique, is no longer simply and strictly that of sovereign states, then it is no longer politics as we have known it for a very long time, despite the fact that we can and must analyze sovereignty in other respects. To be treated in terms of politics, the international order would require that we know how to solve the enigma of non-statist public right, which would also displace the idea of politics, end quote. Of course, Nancy is referring here to the politics governing the European Union, that amalgamation of sovereign, non-sovereign states which have to deal with a long line of domestic, international, and universal problems, among which migration looms crucially on our common horizon. The optimistic reference to solving the enigma of public right, however, relies on our ability to apply namely a non-statist approach, because it is hardly an option anymore in a continuous flow of migrants who are trying to escape social, ecological, and naturally political conditions elsewhere in the hope of building new lives for themselves elsewhere. In these chaotic conditions, politics largely hides behind policies, while, as Nancy goes on to say, we observe the phenomenon rather how politics displaces itself, deports itself, deconstructs itself, end quote. So what we could do with this retreat of the political, as he calls it, is to find a way how to retrieve the political, draw it out, trace it again in a different way, end quote. The new different way is not going to be easy or even in the singular as one way for that matter. What is at stake are centuries-long traditions of demarcation of us and the other, of negation and separation, which Balibar, his colleague on his site, defines as the result of the operation of three anthropological categories, which play a significant role in that process, namely difference, otherness, and exclusion. This is Balibar talking about anthropological categories of politics. Such a negative separatist way of thinking about the other, the one who does not belong with us, has outgrown the psychoanalytic dyad of binary ideation, me, not me, and has turned into a litmus paper for belonging or exclusion to the exclusion from the larger polis. When the thinking turns into treating the other in such a way, it becomes a manifestation of quintessential racism, or, in other words, to follow again Balibar, racism as a normal or pathological development of institutional community feeling. Pay attention to the spelling of community feelings. He spells as one hyphenated word, which discriminate between the us and the them, or the self and the others, at different levels, national and supranational, such as the so-called level of civilization, again with or without an explicit reference to the notion of race, and with very different ways of naming and defining races. And the centrality of exclusion is associated with the prevalence of the more directly political debates on the status of persons and groups within constituencies and societies with respect to rights of citizenship and residence, and to normative qualifications and disqualifications, or simply equality and liberties, end quote. While Balibar clearly posits the origins of racism in hostile differentiation embedded in the state and its official policies towards the other, Nancy holds a hope that change is possible, as he says, quote, "What we ask of politics is that it give form and visibility to the possibility of living together," end quote. If the latter phrase, translated from French into English, prompts us to translate it anew in Heideggerian terms as Mitsein, which means the being with as a characteristic feature of Dasein in its multiple manifestations, we might get either the optimistic vein of Nancy about communal living together, or else echoes of the polemic view of Balibar, who finds that this community feelings as one word, who finds that community feelings are the originators of racism and the discourse of otherness, whose political embodiment is the state. Note here the affective, imaginary dimension of the community feelings vis-à-vis any essential underlying biological differentiation. The migrant, the one who does not belong, is seen as the one who cannot be readily accommodated by this Mitsein, but easily accommodates the negativity of the community feelings, hence could be excommunicated. For convenience, this could be excommunication in the camp, in the detention center, deportation to the country of origin, or deportation to Rwanda. As Balibar further discusses the politics which make such excommunication possible, he dwells on the specific methods for reinventing the stranger, as the title of one of his essays provocatively suggests. The title is Reinventing the Stranger, Walls All Over the World and How to Tear Them Down. While walls have been traditionally associated with protection against threats and invasion, they have become symbols and embodiment of violence too, or as the obstacle that will keep the stranger, which means the alien, away. The walls and their embodiment in borders are the type, as he calls it, the type of pure discretionary institution, which is the opposite of democracy. From protection to obstruction to redistribution of biopower, in the Foucauldian sense, the pathway that Balibar outlines is simple. But when the fortified border becomes supplemented and in fact merged with myriad controls and checkpoints inside the territories themselves, a qualitative change takes place which affects the definition of the citizen itself. It is not only, as I argued in the past, that the border becomes ubiquitous, it is more profoundly that it becomes practically indiscernible from the space, both geographic and institutional, that it encloses and protects. End quote. With this, Balibar points at something quite paradoxical that he terms the undemocratic condition of democracy itself. In other words, borders which no doubt stand for security are in fact imposing the so-called differentiated restrictions to this mobility, depending on the utility and the reliability of the groups and individuals concerned from the point of view of hegemonic structures, end quote. This will remind me of the seasonal workers, as long as they're useful and we have a guarantee that probably they will live until the next season. So they are the pure discretionary institution, the borders. They are the pure discretionary institution, which is the opposite of democracy. From the physicality of borders and the community feelings, then we move to the treatment of those who do not belong to the polis and the imaginary creation of the triad foreigner, stranger, alien. This triad, however, exposes another inherent issue in the concept of politics. Article 13 in the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights, quote, recognizes a limited right to freedom of movement across boundaries. It recognizes the right to immigrate, that is, the right to leave a country, but not the right to immigrate, the right to enter a country. This is in an article by Sheila Ben-Habib. As Ben-Habib points out, the Universal Declaration is silent on the state's obligation to grant entry to immigrants, to uphold the rights of asylum, and to permit citizenship to alien residents and denizens. These rights have no specific addressees, and they do not appear to anchor specific obligations of compliance on the part of second and third parties. Despite the cross-border character of these rights, the Declaration upholds the sovereignty of individual states. Thus, a series of internal contradictions between universal human rights and territorial sovereignty are built right into the logic of the most comprehensive international law document in the world. End quote. Later documents, namely the Geneva Convention in 1951, relating to the status of refugees, and its protocol 1967, are the next most important international documents dedicated to cross-border movement, yet they also fail to protect the immigrants, and neither does the existence of the United Nations High Commissioner on Refugees to manage to hide the obvious weaknesses that the Convention and its protocol are binding on signatory states only, while the non-signatories, and sometimes the signatories too, disregard its application. In this way, a discrepancy, a paradox, and a tension arise and persist between the sovereignty of states and the citizens' democratic attachment to them, between the borders of bounded communities and the freedom to move, between the rights of us and the fewer, lesser, weaker, dubious rights of the other. To isolate one corner of the world in relation to this, Balibar names the result called, in his words, European apartheid back in 2004 in his book, We the People of Europe, with a question mark, Reflections on Transnational Citizenship. Did he foresee in any way that 20 years later we will be living in this apartheid with variations, of course, but always the result is that the lives of the others are exhibited on the TV screen in the image, the number, while politicians juggle all of these images, numbers, and so on, to an end result that reflects the lack of ethical engagement with the other on political scale. Hence, as Balibar concludes, the new regime of biopolitics is the true marker of the modernity we live in which the production of the so-called differential xenophobia results from and is invested back into the community feelings. To give a sort of brief literary context for the work of Nancy and Balibar, I propose also a reading of the novel, or very brief superficial reading of the novel, The Other Hand or Little B. Two titles, one, The Other Hand, as it was published in Britain, and the second one, Little B, published in the United States in 2008. So I notice in the booklet with the abstracts there is a typo, probably mine, or autocorrect. The name of the author is Chris Cleave, not Clive, Chris Cleave, C-L-E-A-V-E, the author of The Other Hand / Little B. As we expect that good literature will offer more than political commentaries, I am looking for the ethical dimensions of the text and its messages for the contemporary readers. What has changed since the publication of this novel in the USA and the UK back in 2008? What makes it a poignant narrative of hope, suffering, indifference, and shame? 16 years after its publication, does the protagonist, called Little B, still speak to Western readers engulfed by the problems of climate change, globalization, right-wing threats, and the emotional numbness from listening to the screens announcing thousands of similar real-life stories? What has happened with the world's fragile skin, to use a phrase by Nancy, or with the fragile skin of Europe that we seem challenged to feel, think, and help today? Now, I promise that I'm going to be very brief on the plot, so that if you decide to read the novel in the summer, you're not going to be disappointed by a long, pointless summary from me. The novel's plot builds on the chance encounter between a Nigerian girl called Little B and a British couple, Sarah and Andrew, on a beach in Nigeria. While the couple is enjoying a holiday and thinking through their marital problems, the girl, together with her sister, are running for their lives. In an absolutely horrendous moment, referred to through flashbacks throughout the novel, life is lost, violence is exercised, and souls are tainted forever. But the novel is actually about the after, the next day, and how bearing witness to the other's suffering demands each to be responsible before the other, whose experience we probably can never fully share. The other's body of affect, of humanity incarnate, more than the body of the migrant, the refugee, the stranger, the foreigner, the alien politically defined, is exposed as the absolutely necessary for my own body of affect to exist as human in these turbulent times. As Little B somehow ends up in a refugee camp or a detention center in England, she is dreaming first of survival and then making a safer life for herself in the aftermaths of her escape from Nigeria. Cleave's achievement is not simply to narrate what it means, but how it feels to be arrested in the gray zone of non-belonging while facing the blanks of an uncertain future. An established European society, which for centuries has been emblematic for its English ways, in quotation marks, English humor, English tea, the Queen's English, to name a few set phrases, has long been torn between preserving itself and opening up to the newcomers, the ones from the former colonies and the new refugees. Preserving history, traditions, but also political and social stability while encountering the other has always been difficult for any nation. What is even more difficult is preserving an ethical relation with the other, which is, quote, non-synthesizable par excellence, totalizing all meaning within a single knowledge, but it is also non-symmetrical in the sense that I am responsible for the other without waiting for reciprocity. This is taken from Levinas. The ethical approach, therefore, goes beyond the moral code of behavior as understood by the majority and also beyond the compulsion to understand the other, as Cleve says in an interview, which is published in the book as a Q&A session at the end. So he says, he continues, I knew this was a compelling story, but after agonizing over which character would be the best one to narrate it, I realized that the strongest perspective would actually be a dual one. This is the story of two worlds, the developed and the developing, and of the mutual incomprehension that sometimes dooms them to antagonism. So by taking one woman from each side of the divide and investing each with a compulsion to understand the other, I was able to let the story unpack itself in the mind of the reader. One shouldn't underestimate the role of the reader in this novel. I wanted to write a story that was never made fully explicit, which relied on the reader's interpretation of the character's dialogue. The novel uses, because of that decision, the novel uses two narrators, Little B and Sarah, who stand unapologetically for two worlds apart, the world of the comfortable suburban life, of the job in the women's magazine, and the seeming familiar happiness that Sarah enjoys, while up to a certain point, again, I'm not going to say what happens in the novel, in the plot, she enjoys happiness to a certain point. While the other world is the world of violence back in Nigeria and the gray zone of the detention center that Little B lives in. This double narrative point of view is not simply a juxtaposing technique, but creates the space for merging of voices in a realistic polyphony which gives access to the voice of the protagonist as well as the voices of the secondary and the accidental characters in the novel. In this way, Cleve imagines an alternative mode to voicing the story of the self-same subject of Western modernity, of that unified subject of a sovereign country vis-à-vis the encounter with the other, which creates the opportunity for healing and change across the divide. This is perhaps why Little B contemplates that quote from the novel. I'm not sure I put it. No, I didn't put it. It's a short quote. That is why Little B contemplates that, quote, just as a girl scars a form of beauty because it means that she has survived, so sad stories take on a beauty of their own because they mean that their storytellers are alive. In both cases of Sarah and Little B, healing is not about the forgetting and covering of traumatic memories, but about becoming vulnerable through the exposure of the wounds and overcoming the past. Perhaps that is why the structure of the novel is also divided in two parts. The first one is told in flashbacks and sporadic episodes in the present, while the second part is moving forward towards the uncertain future, but a future after all. The novel, however, does not offer any promises of a happy ending. Instead, it stages the uneasy process of a genuine ethical engagement with the other and weaves some threads of hope and possibilities. Little B is introduced first when she is about to be released after a 2-year detention from a fictional yet so familiar center. At the time of writing, Cleve had interviewed people coming from the 10 centers which were operational in the UK in 2008. I have no idea what the number is today. As Cleave states in an interview, the novel comes out of a sense of his, quote, complicity in some of the evils in the world, and the confronting the suffering of the other through, quote, imagining the most striking example of someone who is disposed, little b, coming to ask for help from someone, Sarah, who is a bit more like me, like Cleave. Soon little b finds herself in between our world and yours. This is a quote from the book. Pretty much like other refugees, as she says, floating on the oceans right now. To succeed, she has to master the Queen's English, to familiarize herself with the English culture, history, and government, if she only knows the kind of surprises she's in for. All sourced from a textbook for immigrants called Life in the United Kingdom, in order to prepare for her citizenship exam. The epigraph to the novel comes from that textbook as well, and it reads, quote, Britain is proud of its tradition of providing a safe haven for people fleeing persecution and conflict. Imagine there is a typo or spelling mistake in that book. Fleeting should be fleeing, right? Not fleeting. As Cliff observes, the typo is a, quote, nice example of a bureaucracy that is pretending to care, but not pretending very hard, end quote. He further observes that given the qualities that asylum seekers embody, intelligence, farsightedness, motivation, resilience, and humor, he says, they are the people you want to have on your side. It will be a monument to our hubris if we allow ourselves to start thinking of them as burden, end quote. I promise then that I will not mention the name Rwanda again, okay? At least not until July the 4th. After the elections, we're going to speak about Rwanda one more time. I mean, he speaks about the not burden, the value of the refugees back in 2008, and between these 16 years between 2008 and today, we witness the sort of the expelling, the extradition of those refugees to a completely unknown country, foreign to them as well. Despite the humorous tone, Little B's sense of disposition can be felt in the very first sentence of the book. This is from the opening line. Quote, most days I wish I was a British pound coin instead of an African girl. Everyone will be pleased to see me coming. I will be fast. 2 more pages. Everyone will be pleased to see me coming. End quote. During the long detention, she has understood the complex relation between money, language, and power. She goes on, a pound coin can go wherever it thinks it will be safest. It can disguise itself as power or property, and there is nothing more serious when you are a girl who has neither. Little B is aware that to make an impact in the new community, she needs to address it directly. She has to address herself directly to its British audience, to the so-called sophisticated people like you, rather than to the girls that she has these imaginary letters writing to the girls from her home village. Those girls serve as a foil in whose imagined reaction the cultural dissonance experienced by Little B can be made explicit in Cleave's view. One example of dissonance, and also a hint at what Little B is running from, is the different meaning that the protagonist and the British attach to the word horror. While for the British, horror is, she says, things, something you take a dose of to remind yourself that you are not suffering from it. For Little B and the girls from the village, quote, horror is a disease and we are sick of it, end quote. Such a conceptual difference in the meaning of the term, which is at the heart of the novel, requires a significant change in perception and in the levels of ethical acceptance of the other, but also an ethical acceptance of one's self in the throes of the horror of the past and the uncertainties of the future. This is why Little B says paradoxically, quote, "I realized that I was carrying two cargoes. Yes, one of them was horror, but the other one was hope. I realized I had killed myself back to life." This is the paradox of the last sentence, killing, which means killing one's old self and adapting to the new environment. From the subaltern perspective of Little B, the use of the master's discourse becomes a way of situating herself in an alien world and making sense of that world. In this way, she doesn't have to stop and explain every little thing, as she says, to the invisible girls back home, quote, as if all these everyday things were very wonderful mysteries, end quote. The implicit danger, as Little B realizes, is that her story would get lost in the great ocean of wonders because it would seem as if your country was an enchanted federation of miracles, as she used to think as a child, while, quotation, "my own story within it was really very small and unmagical." As a result of her experience in the new country, Little B achieves the ironic distance from the imaginary pool of miracles through gaining access to the language of the other. She says, quote, "This was always my trouble when I was learning to speak your language. Every word can't defend itself. Just when you go to grab it, it can split into two separate meanings. So the understanding closes on empty air," end quote. Cleave's novel links political and cultural marginality to an important third one, the marginality of the female self, the quintessential marker of difference in society. I would leave this third aspect for another talk or for the article that I'm planning to write on this talk based in the future. However, I would like to finish now with a reference to the full circle I was trying to outline here, the circle that Balibar's article, Difference, Otherness and Exclusion, was depicting too. That the political has an outstanding responsibility in dismantling the so-called community feelings that permit and promulgate the persistence of racism and inequality at large, and especially towards the stranger, the foreigner, the alien. In this task of the political, the essential other, seen as an adversary, a negation of one's moral and aesthetic and intellectual values, could possibly be approached cautiously at first, perhaps to embrace later. As Nancy reminds us, quote, "Community exceeds politics in all directions. It can therefore accommodate all the little B's with some proper ethical, empathic attitude and forward social planning." Going back to the idea of Mitsein, as he claims, as Nancy claims, quote, the with is the condition of the proximity of beings. Proximity forbids the fusion, confusion, or infusion. On the contrary, it opens the relation. In other words, both infinites in actuality and the infinitization of the partage. The word is kept in French in the original, in the translation. Infinitization of the partage in both senses of the word, division and exchange. I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you. That's the end. For future questions and communication.
Now, questions.
I hope nobody got
point what the novel is exactly about. I stayed away from Sarah, I stayed away from Andrew, so that you can enjoy the novel later, if you want to read. If I say too much about them, then it's going to become obvious what exactly happens in the novel.
Sure.
Yeah. Thank you. I certainly will. Well, thank you for speaking of it without spoilers in that way, because I will certainly read it myself. And you brought out very well through that idea of the two different voices, telling two different stories in the one novel, of the relationship to the point that you were making through Levinas about bearing witness to the other, and confronting that ethical obligation to do so while accepting that it can't be fully known, avoiding that idea of non-totalizing narratives. And I wondered if you could say a little bit more about that in relation to this novel, because it seems to also bring us back to other questions that we've talked about today, about the role of narrative, the role of different kinds of narratives that the novel uses in bringing to the fore certain kinds of speech or certain kinds of stories that are not visible, without at the same time replicating some of those ways of knowing them in society that objectify or that turn them into stories that we feel that we know and can therefore that we can understand their own subject position too easily in relation to. Can you say a bit more about that in relation to this novel?
Definitely. The use of dual narrator is nothing new in any kind of novel, in the novelistic genre. I was thinking, when I was writing this, I was thinking recently, I was working for some other reasons with White Sargasso Sea by Jean Rhys. You still have dual narrative there, but these are contesting voices, while the narrative in Little B is definitely not one of contestation. It's one of supplementing knowledge and points of view, rather. In other words, thinking about Chris Clive and his options, as he says, it would have been much easier to use a single narrator, omniscient preferably, or even first-person narrator, but there'll be never this possibility for sort of achieving the mosaic character of the novel, which is not one of ultimate information, ultimate truths about the past or memories and so on. It's actually based on these flashbacks. And the two voices are nicely producing this, it's not even dialogic, they're not necessarily talking to each other, but through the process of reading we can get that one voice is not going to be enough for me, the reader, to know the rest of the things which the other one can complement the story with. In other words, the mosaic character of narration is quite interesting, that the flashbacks, even if they're regarding one common moment, let's say, in Nigeria, the point of view of the two narrators, one Little B and the other Sarah, sort of meshing, producing a picture that makes us feel almost like observers in the case. So there is no partial knowledge, it's like increments towards a fuller picture of what is going on. So the narrative on this level is very useful, the narrative point of view, the double narrative is very useful because the singular is going to be probably rather authoritarian, or is going to be similar to what the previous speakers were referring to, this kind of novels which claim absolute point of view, absolute knowledge about the situation of one group or the other. This one reminded me again of Epfelberg because it is not trying to claim anything about the rightfulness, the justice, the rightful position of one, the poor refugee, how she's suffering and so on. It's not sentimentalizing the story and the plot because it's so good and so creative. The plot gives in to this method of narration. For me, it is the best choice that Chris Cliff could have made because it does not simplify, but it actually makes more complex the way of telling the story, which is complex because it has a variety of points of view. Even the minor characters, the secondary characters, as I said, they contribute in a way to this story. Whatever they have to say is a little brick, that adds to the fuller picture of what is going on. So the duality in this case is not contestation, it's not competition, it is one which is complementary. Does it?
Like act of co-creation. Yes.
It's more of the relative character rather than the juxtaposing one. I mean, it's a very smart approach, technical approach.
Because the novel is very close to the issues that we have discussed today, all these legal problems raised by Mark. All of them are in the novel. I mean, the situation of the people who are in the detention center, not citizens, yes, and then even pushed away from the detention center because one of these people supervising them.
You read the novel?
Yeah, I remember. But abused sexually one of them, and he wants to.
No, she agreed. I don't know whether he abused her sexually, but he used his position of power, and she managed to get exit for.
And this is why I'm prepared for totally unprepared girls. Leaves the detention center. Only little B knows the language properly. The others cannot properly speak English at all, so they should not yet be put into confrontation with this. I mean, there are lots of things, and also Mark, what you said about the need to supplement the politics of citizenship with the politics of friendship. This is also something like this, because Sarah, at the end, is assisting a little bit, yes? No, we need to give some details. Not so much. So we have this layer of these legal issues, all of them, very similar to Epfelberg and the others. But what I would like to ask you, don't you think that this dual narrative, it also means that these two women, they are really equal. I mean, they are really equal. I mean, when you look at the acts by little B, she has not any problem in judging, yes, what Sarah's husband did. Yes?
Yes.
I will not say what he did, yes? But she even came to England, yes, to tell him the truth, right? And don't you think that this is also the meaning why the dual narrative appears, yes? Because they are on equal terms, right? And little B is, to be honest, yes, she's a proud person, a strong personality. Okay, and I don't think that she is just, this subaltern. In the same situation she is.
Subaltern as belonging,
not
as victim.
Not as the one who produces her own story. Not in this moment. Okay, so this is my first question. And the second question is even more important because this is a new issue that we did not raise yet. Because we discussed the political analysis and democracy, we say how this democracy is corrupted and run away and how this migration is challenging this democracy. But the problem of authoritarianism is in the novel, right? Why those people, yes, migrate from Nigeria in this specific moment, right? There is this context of oil war Nigeria, right? So little V, and her memories of her childhood, she
had a wonderful childhood. Yes, paradise, living in a beautiful place, right? Having playground. Yes, they were poor but happy. Yes, she didn't want to leave. She said how much she likes the vegetables she eats and so on and so on. Yes, the problem is that she would not come to England. Yes, if the state she was living in, yes, was not authoritarian. Okay, so this is the problem that is important in this book. Okay, do you agree that there is very important issue in this book that this politics of friendship at the end is challenging authoritarian regime?
Yes.
Because I'm just finishing. I'm finishing. But my first question is about if they are people, the producers of stores. But second, that little B, together with Sarah and others, is challenging authoritarian regime in Nigeria. Okay? Because this is the reason why she coming from the country, having wonderful resources of oil, yes? And all the citizens should be wealthy and so on and so on. She should come to England as a tourist to visit the country and come back to her beautiful, wonderful country. Yes, this is what she's deprived of by the authoritarian state, right? So what is interesting for me in this book, yes, it is not only criticism, sarcasm about the detention centers in the UK and all these problems of the non-democratic behaviors of some officers in Britain. But what is really interesting for me, yes, that all of them realize that what they need to do together, yes, is to challenge autocratic regime in their own country. And this is what little B, yes, grows realized, yes, that she needs to do. All over the narrative, little B says, if the soldiers come, I have to kill myself immediately, yes, because she suffered a head trauma. But at the end, yes, at the end, which I cannot say what happens, yes, she's not using this sentence anymore. She's not using this sentence anymore. She's not using this sentence anymore, okay?
Now it's a long supplement to my little attempt at presentation. Thank you, Tomek. Through the politics of friendship, when you said that they speak as equals, of course the standard quotation will be Prospero and Shakespeare, that she managed finally by handling the Queen's English. She's so obsessed with it and she studies it constantly. She manages to get access to knowledge and to logos the same way she's getting access to food, for example. So she starts understanding the politics that run that place, this elsewhere. Regarding the authoritarian regime, yes, but pay attention who goes on a holiday to Nigeria. This is Sarah and Andrew there on the beach, fancying the sunset or whatever they are doing there, while little B is running for her life. She doesn't belong to the upper classes in Nigeria. She has nothing. So all the oil and so on must be in the hands of somebody else. Taking ideas from history, from the history of Nigeria and the Biafra from 1963 onward, we understand that it's a very sectarian authoritarian regime, which is slightly difficult probably for us Europeans who are no tribal nations here, slightly difficult for us to understand how insecure day-to-day could be, let's say, in Nigeria. So yes, if she had access to oil, she would be visiting England as a tourist probably, but it's not happening. She has to save her life, and that's why she escapes. So it has to do with the gendered body, it has to do with security and so on. The soldiers that are chasing her sister and her in the novel, in the flashbacks, these are any any sect, any kind of tribe that happens to be ruling on that day or in that week. So it is a protest against authoritarian, but more than that, authoritarian regime. But more than that, it is a simple move to save one's life. And actually, not in relation to the book, but in recent discourses I hear on the news, especially in Cyprus, we are very proud that in the European Union we're number 3 in the competition. Obviously there is some sort of competition. We're number 3 in the export, in the deportation of foreigners, of asylum seekers. The situation is so bad, first of all because of the size of the island, they cannot handle any more people, but also because of its proximity to problematic zones, to places where something is happening. On the one hand, we have people who are saying the majority are actually not Palestinians. The ones who are escaping with boats and coming to Cyprus are from Syria, and there is no war in Syria in the past how many years. But the truth is that when war happens, when one general substitutes another or knocks down another general, we do not know what is going on in the lives of these people. If there is no economic stability, if there is no social structure to support the peace is just something written on a sheet of paper probably for the news. These people are desperate to the level of pregnant women and children with or without accompanying adults getting in some sort of miserable boats, paying about 2,000 euros in order to come from Syria to Cyprus, which is, I don't know in terms of kilometers, nautical miles, how much it is, but it's pretty close. So they have chosen that risky way because obviously the peace is not enough in Syria to feed them, to provide them for the future. So in relation to Nigeria, if one sect or if one tribe has taken over and there is a military dictatorship, one of the first categories of people who are going to suffer, obviously, are going to be the women. And escaping death is priority for somebody like Little B. Yeah, we cannot say much about the ending. As I said, I don't believe that it is simple optimism, right? You cannot say the ending of the novel is optimistic because as Cliff says, he likes us to draw conclusions and to argue in our own minds with what possibilities he had drawn. Could be death for the character, could be freedom for the character, nobody knows, but the fact is, in the last paragraphs, more soldiers appear, and we do not know.
My remarks, they refer not to the beginning of the story, but to the end of the story.
Yes,
right?
And
I say that why Little B is sent back, because it is said in Britain that Nigeria is a safe country. Yes? It means they do not know about the cruelties of war. This is why Andrew and Sarah came for the tourist reasons, because it was hidden, right? This is why the whole tragedy happened, and this is why this is challenging the regime. Because what Andrew was doing after coming back to England, he was collecting all the information about the truth about atrocities of this oil war in Nigeria. What was going Sarah when she came with Little B to Nigeria? They were documenting what has happened, right? So of course the end is not very optimistic, but they were challenging this because revealing documentation of it, of what they did, yes, and announcing it internationally, yes. It was so dangerous for this regime.
There is a paradox as well, because Sarah can document, Sarah can report, because she has a very powerful passport. Citizenship protects her completely. Yeah.
But she is doing it.
Yes, she's doing it, definitely. As I'm saying that there is a change in the novel. It's not about
this position, that position. There is a merging into, and I think the ethical kicks in. I think this is the ethical possibility, which very often in politics is about the number, about the agenda, about the line of action and so on. And the ethical is something which is left for the philosophers, for the ethics professors and so on. While I think that both Nancy and Balibar are actually imbuing the possibility of ethics in something which is very legal, very strictly human rights and law-related agenda, which has to do with, the political, the citizenship issues and so on. Any more questions? Sorry.
One of the ironies, of course, is that the Niger oil delta is dominated by British oil companies, among others. So one of the reasons the British regime can't recognise the claim is because it would then be recognising the complicity of those oil companies in legal terms, and Shell is currently undergoing charges in Britain for precisely these abuses and its complicity in these abuses. So to allow a refugee would be to acknowledge what Britain is complicit in. There's another novel by Alon Kabir called Oil on Water, and Kabir himself is a Nigerian activist living in this area who's written about this. My other comment is, so theoretically I like very much what you've done, but I have a severe problem with the invocation of ethics. Because it seems to me that ethics is always invoked as precisely the moment that is non-political. The ethics is the moment at which you suspend politics because you say this is the ethical way to act. And as a consequence, you exempt yourself from the charge that the ethical position you've taken might in fact be a form of politics. Judith Butler, for a long time, took the position of Levinas, but more recently has recognized that this ethical moment can only exist in a very complicated manner in relation to the political. But the reason I'm raising that is because I was slightly worried about the way the author presented what he was doing. And it seems to me that what the author is doing is a bit closer to Habermas when he calls for the inclusion of the other in that infamous title to his book, on the assumption that you can always engage in dialogue. For me, what's more interesting is the inclusion precisely of those with whom you can dialogue, so that this is not inclusion, where there's a failure of recognition, but you still have to act. And it seems that there's kind of an idealism behind the way in which Cleve presented what the novel does, it seems, in the quotation that you used from...
Probably. I'm not worried, and I'm going to stick to the ethical position as necessary in the political, because, as I said, the politics of...
what does that ethics do,
well, ethics is about the recognition, not about the rejection. Because if politics is about inclusion or not, in the polis or out of the polis, I think ethics is this sort of, as I say, opening, because I was running out of words, how to call it, this engagement with points of view that otherwise should be totally disregarded. For example, a detention center per se should be based on 5 documents. I don't know how many documents they have. Who is coming to us, so-and-so, number so-and-so, belongs because they're not legal or because they are not documented. This is a very simple methodological sort of categorization of people. While the ethical is the one which permits, as I was talking earlier about the narrative point of view, the ethical is the one which permits me not to sympathize or empathize, but the one position that permits me to listen and analyze the point of view of the other. The ethical, in other words, is not going to be categorizing people based on some discriminatory thing like has documents, doesn't have documents, and so on, but the ethical is going to look into the reasoning behind why somebody is going to embark, for example, on such treacherous trip somewhere, obviously not for tourism, but because of some issues that are sort of chasing them from their home country. So the ethical is the permission, basically for me, of the other to exist, to be with me. Right? The mid-sign thing, which is very sort of flighty and very theoretical, obviously, in Heidegger, but it is the living with which is the difficult part, right? And only the ethical position, not simply the political, not simply giving rights to everybody, not simply opening doors and saying, okay, everybody come to my country, but the one which says, let's ethically approach the other and hear that story. Very often there is no story told. Very often it's just a number, a name, a plane, a ticket, Rwanda or not Rwanda, returning somebody without knowing what dangers they possibly could face in their party. So the ethical for me is not after, but should be in the political. Because ethics, for me, is the tool which is going to permit the political to have a more humane approach to people and to issues. It's not going to be just agendas and slogans, which very often the political is. It's always about the division, about the left, the right, the middle, those who belong, those who do not belong, those who have a point, those who do not have a point. The ethical is the one which sees the human behind the actual creature. And about the other thing, about the Habermasian aspect, I agree. Because if we're thinking about sort of the way the two mainstreams, let's say, citizenship is theorized, let's say, you have obviously John Rawls' position about citizenship, and the other one is the Habermasian, which says that there is something which is universal citizenship, and it might sound sort of cheesy in the sense that we're not all brothers, but we are all citizens of this earth, let's say. So we are all sharing something which is beyond the document, beyond the certificate, beyond the passport, beyond the border, that usually are the things which separate us. I don't know. Ethics for me is not the subject, but the way of approaching the others. Where politics very often is looking at a distance, too theoretical, and probably this is the reason why the individual is sort of dissipated as a separate entity, very often becomes a mass, part of a mass, let's say, in my view. And the ethical is which brings politics probably closer also to literature, because it's about the motivation behind the behavior, in the behavior of different people. And probably old-fashioned, I don't know if it's very out there, but I believe that the ethical is one aspect which is common between the two, although they do not spell it. They do not mention, neither Balibar nor Nancy mention anything in particular about the ethical. Simply, in my interpretation, I think that this is the common element between them. Yeah.
Just a remark concerning Nancy and Mitzay. He actually, I don't know, I'm not sure if it can be described as some kind of ethical trajectory in his thinking. His early writing about community uses precisely in operative community, uses precisely the concept of mid-sign. And he tries to save the concept of not save, but rescue the concept of community, basing it on and challenging the idea of communities of immanence. So he argues for the idea of community without subjects as without the subject as its constitutive category, or identity as its constitutive category. But then later on, in his thinking, he changes the idea, and he moves to another Heideggerian concept, which is, he develops it, which is being singular plural, because Mitsein is an ontological condition. It's being exposed to the other, and it is the original condition of being. Yes. You are not individual and then with Mitsein, mit dem anderen. But you are always already exposed to the other.
That's why it's one trend, one of the sort of branches of the design, which is just a philosophical concept. Well, Mitsein is always being with next to somebody, yeah.
So if you are always already exposed to the other, and you are already in the relation with the other that Levinas is, because this other, this relation to the other is always a relation to some kind of, it is exposure to some kind of an ethical demand.
Yes,
yes. One could say that.
So it is even before the political, because political is
there
is an ethical demand of existence, which is also similar to the always being in language. So we are never bringing our own language. We are exposed to it from the very beginning, and then we can build on, right? Language, existence, all these categories always before the subject, because they're necessary medium.
What is interesting is that Nancy, at least in his thinking, and he returns to the concept of community repeatedly in discussion with Shaw and later on, but he always speaks of politics. He never resorts to the discourse of ethics.
Yes. So, totally agreed, yes. This article, for example, that I was quoting is called The Political and/or Politics. They never spell, even, I didn't.
It is because I think because by using ontological concept, you cannot use Levinas. Because you're then, yes. So, because of Levinas.
I use the term, as I said, because I find that this is what is not spelled in the two philosophers, and then I'm thinking also that there is a need for some sort of a, not an umbrella, but for some overlaying element which is going to make the political functional today, right? Because it's not the image anymore, as I said. It's not simply the language, it's not the number. It is something which we need in order to I don't want to say to spring to action. We're not going to spring to action, but probably a bigger body, I don't know, the state apparatus or somebody who is in charge to do something about it. And about it being the Exodus. For me, this is because honestly, I can see it very often happening because of the scale to which I'm exposed. Notorious, there was only one camp, for example, detention center in Cyprus, slightly outside of Nicosia. You are going to see it if you visit. Which is across the small highway we have, that small highway, across from a shopping mall. And there is a village in the vicinity where people are really, really at the end of their tether because they're complaining constantly, and they're right. People who are detained in the center, they cannot be contained. It's a center for 400 people. They have 2,000 at any given moment. And obviously, this brings the issue of how to maintain that biopower, what to do with it, how to expel it, how to send it back home, so that it doesn't cross to the mainland, to the continent. And this is an ongoing issue because on the face of it, you have the constant complaint and the reasons, destroyed, broken, destruction of this and that, violence and so on. But nobody cares about the ethical dimension. Nobody cares that probably somebody is hungry in this camp, that there is not enough food, or I don't know, there is violence between the inmates there. It's a mixed camp, by the way. A few years ago, there was no separate camp for children and unaccompanied young adults. So basically, there is an ethical issue there, which, however, is overtaken by the legal and the political issue that we have certain obligations to the European Union, and the legal issue is that these are people that we cannot, they're not documented, they could be terrorists, they could be anything else, And the ethical aspect, which is to know who exactly is in that camp, is never discussed.
As we fell a bit behind our schedule, I propose we continue our discussion during the coffee break. And after the break, we will listen our last presentation for today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. representations of Eastern European students in contemporary British literature, and in her presentation today, she will present its content to us. In her paper entitled "Where Are They Flocking From?"
Dominic, sorry, I can no longer hear you.
You don't hear me. Now it's better.
You may be on mute.
Yes, I was on mute, so very sorry for that.
Technical help.
Okay, I just briefly presented you and told that you will present content of your book from 2019 for us, and now the floor is yours.
Thank you. Sorry I couldn't be there with you, but yeah, I've been listening to some really interesting presentations today. I'm just going to try to share my screen, so hopefully you can all see it. Yeah? I think I can see a little bit of it. Is this all right?
Yes, yes.
Yes. Yes, it is. We see everything perfect.
That's perfect. Great, so I'll start then. I mean, in this paper I'm mostly interested in the politics of representation and the politics of representation in terms of Stuart Hall's conception of it as representation as an ideological term that can serve to reinforce systems of subordination, or in a way articulate forms of political life, for example, capitalism. I won't be talking about the politics of recognition or the politics of self-representation. I'm mainly interested in looking at how literary texts represent particular embodied or constructed categories, in this case, the category of the Eastern European migrant. If the fall of the Berlin Wall and the opening of Eastern European borders after 1989 have resulted in a heightened awareness of the region and its citizens, it was their recent presence in Britain that has made an impact on public consciousness. In contemporary British literature, there has been a rise in the number of fictional representations of what is now referred to as New Europe. That is the reconfiguration of Europe after 1989, the EU enlargement in 2004 and 2007, the lifting of work restrictions for the citizens of Romania and Bulgaria in 2014, and Britain's subsequent withdrawal from the EU in 2020. And my work is to examine the representations of Eastern European migrants in the light of these political changes. During and after the British referendum on EU membership, Eastern Europeans became unwanted aliens in a more open and hostile way. And when I began writing my book in 2008, at the time of the rising popularity of UKIP, hardly a week would pass without hearing about those who are often lumped together under the generalizing and reductive category of Eastern European in the British media and the press. For example, Eastern Europeans were unashamedly camping at the 7/7 Memorial in Hyde Park, hunting for swans in British parks and eating them. The Daily Mail and other tabloids would continue to produce almost a daily dosage of similar headlines. In the context of EU integration, Maria Todorova declares in her 2011 essay, Reimagining the Balkans, perhaps prematurely, that Eastern Europe will soon disappear as a category, but and I quote, attitudes will be more difficult and slow to change. These attitudes have not disappeared, and in the wake of post-communist migrations and Brexit, we are witnessing a resurgence of the category Eastern Europe. Todorova begins the first edition of her earlier book, Imagining the Balkans from 1997, with a paraphrase of the opening line of the Communist Manifesto. And I quote, a spectre is haunting Western culture, the spectre of the Balkans. In the 21st century, a similar spectre is haunting Western Europe in Britain, the spectre of the Eastern European migrant and obviously other migrants and refugees we can add to the mix. The exchange between the former British Prime Minister Gordon Brown and the pensioner Gillian Duffy during the 2010 election campaign illustrates this well. This story is probably better remembered as the Bigotgate scandal in terms of Brown's gaffe when he called Duffy a bigoted woman while his microphone was still on, rather than by the question she asked Brown. All these Eastern Europeans who are coming in, where are they flocking from? And where from, indeed? From an unknown and unknowable place lacking precise geographical boundaries, the imaginary place called Eastern Europe. Coincidentally, the pensioner was from Rochdale, where 20 Eastern European slaves were rescued from a picture framing factory in 2014, a telling example of the precarity of migration and the newly acquired freedom of movement. Apart from a few lonely Eastern European voices who found Duffy's question offensive, this statement has not been given much attention in public or academic circles. But I think it is symptomatic of the changing conditions between hosts and guests in contemporary Britain and of the dangers of classifying a whole group of people through generalizing categories, no matter how benign Duffy's question might have been. But isn't the answer to her question already contained within itself? Those that are flocking in have been marked as Eastern European and at the same time their specificity and one may add humanity had been erased. In the end, it is the host who has the power to ask and answer the question. And this example from recent British politics was the impetus for looking more deeply into the politics of representation. And indeed, who are these Eastern Europeans? Threatening vampires, as we know, the earlier example of Dracula, or exaggerations such as Borat, or perhaps contemporary vampires, as this book cover from Dubravka Ugrasic's book illustrates, or perhaps benevolent workers, not the first Romanian invader, and I'm referring here to the last image from the British program called the Great Big Romanian Invasion that actually follows two recently arrived Romanians in the UK. Victor Spirescu here, the Romanian dubbed the first Romanian migrant, and Ion, a Romanian Roma father of three. The two MPs who come to meet these arriving migrants at Luton Airport provide a contrasting image. The Tory MP's presence reinforcing the moral panics about the wave of migrants from Bulgaria and Romania, and Labour's Keith Vaz challenging the fear of the so-called Great Invasion. As it turns out, the majority of the passengers arriving on the first plane from Romania on New Year's Day already live in the UK or are coming in as tourists. The first proper invader comes in the shape of Victor Spirescu here. If anyone was swamped that day, it was Victor by the media, the journalists and the MPs who all had their questions to ask. I just came to work, earn money and go home, explained Victor as if sensing that he was taking something much more from the British. He soon became a real-life Borat and the representative face of the Romanian migrants in the UK, and his rags to riches story have been widely reported in the British media. Yet the answer to Duffy's question could equally not be found in a redeemable counter-narrative of a good Eastern European worker who pays taxes and contributes to Britain because this leaves the capitalist structures that have brought the economic migrant in the first place intact. One of the main arguments of the Remain campaign was to represent the European migrants as useful contributors to the British economy, as opposed to the Leave campaign that was emphasizing the migrants taking our jobs, so we have to take back control of our borders. Duffy's question remains unanswered, but it usefully sets up a number of tonal notes that anticipate the direction of my work. One is the changing condition of cultural visibility in post-colonial Britain and Europe. For example, while Windrush migrants or citizens actually were treated with hostility in post-war Britain, Poles were seen as no threat. However, post-communist Poles are now a visible and audible presence in 21st century Britain and Europe and are conceived as a threat, particularly in right-wing discourses in which a migrant is always a racialized category. As I have discussed elsewhere, the practices of visibility may also operate on bodies perceived as unmarked by the visible, i.e. white, or assumed to be marked only by audible differences. That is, it is often assumed that Eastern Europeans are recognized only when they start speaking their own language by their accents or by their unpronounceable names. In this regard, Etienne Balibar's notion of racism without race or cultural racism is particularly relevant for examining contemporary forms of racialization of Eastern Europeans in the West. And here are a couple of examples that illustrate that well. In my book, I put together a wide range of contemporary fictional film and media representations of Eastern Europeans. And I'm specifically concerned with the recurring Eastern European figures in these narratives, such as Polish builders, economic migrants, waitresses and au pairs, exploited trafficked women, and ask to what extent these contemporary representations have been shaped by older but nevertheless persistent forms of negative stereotyping or Balkanist discourse. Of course, Eastern Europe has had a long history of writing back to these stereotypical representations, but this is not the focus of my paper today. What I'm also interested in is here referring to Paul Gilroy's notion that today's migrants may carry all the ambivalence of the vanished empire with them, is to look at how these earlier political discourse shapes contemporary representations. And what I've discovered by looking at these representations is that they tell us more about the cultural and political anxieties in Britain and Europe than they tell us about Eastern Europe itself. But obviously this political discourse has had a long history, particularly in British politics. And these are just a couple of newspaper headlines where you can see there is an emphasis on waves and swamping. Again, this discourse, goes back as far as to Enoch Powell or Margaret Thatcher, who would use the same political discourse to talk about anxieties around migration. And then it's interesting to see how this then evolves with the recent events, especially the Brexit vote. And my favorite one is about the Guardian article that talks about food rotting in the fields because their migrants are all leaving after Brexit. And I think it's a nice metaphor of perhaps something rotten in the state of Britain that we can come back to and discuss. And I'm going to move now to kind of examine some of a couple of literary representations. I'm not going to go into much detail into close reading. I mean, and again, I do offer this much more extensively in the book, but I'm just going to focus on a couple. And the first one I'll talk about is the novel by Rose Tremaine, 2008 novel, The Road Home, which actually won the Orange Prize for Fiction. And one of the judges summed up the reasons for the book's success. And I quote here, "It was a very timely theme. Eastern European migration is one of the biggest things to have happened to our country in recent years, and there hasn't been much seriously written about it in this way." The judge was right to point out the book's serious treatment of the subject, because as scholars of Balkanism have taught us, the representations of Eastern Europe in English literature have been largely steeped in stereotypes and cliches that date back to the late 18th century. In her Orange Prize interview, Tremaine describes how she envisaged the book as a kind of a mirror. As she said, the aim of the novel was to explore what he makes of us and what we make of him, and this is the main character called Lev, in such a way that by the end he's fully human and knowable to us, and we are more knowable to ourselves. To a reader who has not read the novel before, but who is conscious of the ways in which Eastern Europe had been knowable in the West, Tremaine's remarks might suggest ambitious hopes for the novel and the promising attempt to move beyond previous representations. but precisely where one might expect to find more varied representations in our supposedly global and inclusive 21st century literature after the Cold War, one finds instead numerous Eastern European stock characters. Indeed, when one scratches below the surface, one quickly realizes that these characters have few distinguishing characteristics and are usually depicted as builders, plumbers, waitresses, au pairs, and other low-skilled workers. The road home follows the story of unemployed middle-aged Lev who decides to leave his unnamed Eastern European country in search of a better life in Britain so he can provide for his daughter and his mother. The road home shows a number of traits of a typical migrant narrative as Lev undergoes various stages of transition, the journey away from home, the arrival in the new country, and the process of adjusting work and educational experiences, and then finally partial success in the new country. If the loss of Lev's wife and the lack of jobs in his village, together with the conditions of oppressive poverty manifested in the novel through familiar Balkanist stereotype, is an obvious reason for him to leave, then we are also left with the false promise that capitalism will bring salvation, regeneration, and solution for, and I quote, Eastern Europe's long-term unemployed. One of the judges for the 2008 Orange Prize for Fiction made the following comment about Remain's novel, that this book captures the zeitgeist and it's about something that affects all of us. A less satisfied reader cannot help but wonder if the novel also manages to capture what really seems to be the prevailing zeitgeist, the willingness to tolerate and civilize Eastern Europeans on the conditions that they are safely transported back to Eastern Europe after their tutelage in the West, which is exactly what happens to Lev in the novel. And again, other less satisfying aspects of the novel include his naivety and ignorance, and as well as Tremaine's decision not to name Lev's country. Other descriptions also give an impression that he's a traveler from a previous century rather than someone coming from the 21st century Eastern Europe, however remote his fictional village may be. And that's also interesting to note in the book cover, where you can see this kind of landscape almost frozen in time, which is again a familiar stereotype of representing Eastern Europe. And then I have written elsewhere about the ways in which Western publishers perpetuate these stereotypes on book covers. The earlier one was Ugršić collection, and how these marketing strategies of Eastern European visibility give away an image of decay, suffering, and displacement, and accentuate the contrast with Western modernity. Eventually, towards the end of the novel, Lev goes back to his village and opens an American burger bar. His mother doesn't know quite how to eat it, but nibbles, and I quote here, like a sheep, grease glimmering on her chin. But what about Pleskavica, former Yugoslav region, Chiftea and Michi, Romania, Kofteta, Bulgaria, Kofta, Albania, or Kotlet Mieloni, this was, I was told, the Polish version, correct me if I'm wrong, and other regional variations from the Ottoman legacy that people in Eastern Europe were enjoying long before the arrival of American burgers. Obviously, the novel doesn't really pay attention to this cultural legacy at all. Another novel is John Lanchester's Neo-Dickensian Capital, set against the 2008 financial crash that features among its panoramic cast of characters two recently arrived Eastern Europeans, a Polish builder called Bogdan and Matja, a Hungarian nanny to the children of a rich city banker couple and his wife. Bogdan the builder is another example of a hardworking Eastern European in the novel, and his reasons for coming to London are predictably to make as much money as he can so he can return to Poland. Towards the end of the novel, Matja and Bogdan are together, and in a way they decide to stay in London, which is an interesting turning point as opposed to Rose Tremaine's novel.
But yet one cannot help but wonder whether our healthy, hardworking and morally right Eastern European couple settle for London because they cannot resolve their national sentiment, or because money and better opportunities in the West are more alluring than Polish or Hungarian countryside and food. After all, such nostalgia can now be easily assuaged with the wide availability of Eastern European shops in London. And I'm now going to quickly move to two caravans and then kind of draw towards a conclusion. And for me, I think probably there's very similarities in terms of their representation between capital and the road home. Marina Levitska's Two Caravans is slightly different because it takes us to those important sites of contemporary slave labor, dedicated to the Morecambe Bay cockle pickles, the undocumented Chinese workers who were drowned by the incoming tide in 2004. Levitska explores the issues of precarious labor and legal and illegal migration through black humor that is reminiscent of her previous novel, A Short History of Tractors in Ukrainian from 2005. Ukrainian Yola, Marta, Irina, and Andriy, together with Polish Tomasz, belong to the post-communist migrant precariat in the novel. And I'm particularly interested in this character, Tomasz, who's a former Polish government bureaucrat who is thrown into conditions of precarious flexibility as he's driven from one job to the next in vans. And what is interesting here that he's much more complicated character than some of the other ones, and he stages small acts of resistance against the disciplinary effects, and I quote here from the novel, of casualization, 0 hours contracts, flexible working, no strike clause, compulsory overtime, compulsory self-employment, agency working, subcontracting, and so on. As a member of the EU, he is aware of his workers' right and insists on asking for gloves while he's handling the chickens for slaughter. There's a really powerful episode in the novel where he works in this chicken factory. He wonders also whether he's more free in the West, which echoes Antonio Negri's point about post-communist immigration as the big escape towards the capitalist West that give us work and therefore a wage, and the wage allows a decent way of life. As his English supervisor Neil comments ironically, little did the migrant worker expect that they would be coming, and I quote here, to England to work up to their ankles in chicken shit, end of quote. Yola, Marta, and Tomasz ultimately refuse to be exploited and decide to leave England, which can also be read as an attempt to reclaim one of the few eroding freedoms available, the freedom to hold on to what Andriy lists earlier as the dead ideals of his deceased father: solidarity, humanity, self-respect. As they board the ferry to Dover, this reclamation of dignity is articulated by Yola through the desired and imagined return to England, while they will be coming back not for strawberry or chicken. Instead, she anticipates a better future from them that is made possible by an optimistic belief in EU membership. And I quote here, "Now we are in Europe marketing, we can earn good money here. I will be teacher, Tomek will be government bureaucrat, Marta will be vegetarian." These imagined prospects of having their former Polish jobs in England and Marta's giving up of meat can be read as another refusal, and I quote here, exploitation not only of production, but of cooperation. In other words, Levitska here offers a dissonant counterpoint to the narrative of Eastern European migration to the West, which is a story of low-paid jobs and de-skilling. On the other hand, the two characters at the center of the novel's romantic plot, chaste and more affluent Irina from the pro-EU Kiev and the coal miner Andrei from the Donbas region, are presented as largely depoliticized and rather conventional characters who mainly conform to gender norms despite their different backgrounds and positions outside of the EU. Unlike the other works that I've mentioned earlier that predominantly offer the same story of hardworking Eastern Europeans who make money and new starts or create new enterprises, Two Caravans goes one step further by deconstructing Britain or the West as the migrants' promised land and the space of prosperity. It is a powerful critique of neoliberal capitalism and also more broadly a diagnosis of capitalism's tendency to exhaust labor and solidarity. So I'm obviously, on my last example that I'm not going to go into is Vesna Goldsworthy's Iron Curtain, that I would strongly recommend for you to read, which is a kind of a complete writing back to these stereotypes almost in a playful way. So by surveying this range of fictional representation, which is by no means exhaustive, my aim was to explore what it means to become Eastern European in the 21st century, and to reclaim some of the agency that is taken away when such becomings are articulated through a representational mechanism that equates Eastern Europeans with cheap labor from the newly expanded Europe. In other words, contemporary Eastern Europeans in Western works are predominantly depicted as cheap labor, plumbers, au pairs, cleaners, agricultural workers, even when they are educated. While some of these works undoubtedly try to represent Eastern Europeans as good migrants, hardworking, reliable, and willing to integrate, despite a number often implausible cultural and other difficulties, as opposed to the populist press that has largely demonized Eastern European migrants and as those that steal jobs from the British, a criminal presence, or a burden on the benefit system, housing, and the NHS. One also gets a sense that they are never quite good enough migrants. It seems that Eastern European migrants can never win. Although these may be populist views, fictional representations often operate along these vectors. The migrant, often trapped in exploitative work upon arrival, manages to work their way up and earn enough money to return home or build a new life in the West, although on the margins. These experiences of Eastern European migrant success are told through highly individualistic narratives is another problematic aspect of this representation, because what then remains unquestioned is the very nature of capitalism to promote self-interest and competition, and thus atomize individuals, to undermine the power of collective organizing, resistance, and sense of community, and above all, agency. Combined with these stereotypes is a general lack of understanding of the pre-communist and post-communist realities in many of the fictional representations that continue to exercise the familiar Balkanist tropes about Eastern Europe lost in transition. Eastern European writers obviously challenge such assumptions and stereotypes, which I've obviously not had the time to discuss in this paper. Of course, the idea of Europe without borders also seems to be fading away today, as new walls are back looking like hyper-visible razor fences on the Hungarian border during the Syrian migrant crisis, or as more sinister ones looming from the Mediterranean Sea or from the British Isles through its hostile immigration policies, such as the controversial Rwanda scheme and Stop the Boats. This paper does not offer a prescriptive approach on how to achieve a truthful or positive representation of Eastern Europeans. After all, the experiences of Eastern Europeans are diverse and far from monolithic, but it opens up a space where unresolved identifications can be worked through. An Eastern Europeanness detached from civilizational and cultural inferiority, but also from neoliberalism and whiteness as a claim to their belonging as Europeans. A post-colonial cultural politics that rethinks Europeanness through its relationship towards its non and not quite European others. Thus, in many ways, my work builds upon a tradition of post-colonial approaches to Eastern Europe, as it traces the way in which stereotypes have traveled to the West in the 21st century, while always looking backwards to the unresolved questions of who is still the other in Eastern Europe, and searching for alternative histories and sources of solidarity from which to write back. Recent depressing reports about new alliances forming between Polish far-right groups whose speakers are giving talks to the British Polish community and the British far-right groups that are show that alliances based on the shared experiences of racism and above all humanity are under threat. Similar assertions of whiteness, Europeanness, and of Eastern Europeans as defenders of Christian culture, from the destitute Muslim refugees coming from the Hungarian and the Slovakian prime ministers, are a further example that we are also witnessing the emergence of a less cosmopolitan, less united Europe. the ambivalent possibilities of solidarity and friendship between the often demonized old and new others are then worth holding on to and exploring further, not for the sake of some naive utopianism, but as a matter of urgency for both our lived and imagined future. Thank you so much. I think I'm finished now, and I'm just going to stop sharing my screen. Apologies if I went a bit over time. I don't think I can hear anyone now.
Now we can open a
I can
discussion.
now.
And it is the time to ask you questions to the ground.
You've had a long day.
You guys actually, can you hear me?
Do you hear Charlotte?
Yes, it's a bit echoey.
I'll try to formulate this as clearly as I can, but you know, given us such a lot to think about, and it's also really great to be thinking about the different things you showed us about novels. You know, reproduce and then also write back against different kinds of stereotypes. You were drawing attention to how political inequalities have created the economic circumstances that make migration a necessity in the experience of different communities. And you were thinking about the way some novels also write back against that neoliberal economic policy. And I wondered if you could just say a little bit more about that, because very often forms of resistance work within the same terms that are already there, and as you say, there are forms of resistance that work within those capitalist structures. Whereas you're, I think, saying that there are also novels that are challenging those terms of neoliberalism and capitalism.
Thank you, Charlotte. Yeah, that's a really interesting question. Yes, I mean, I think one of my key challenges when I was writing this book was to look at different perspectives. So to look at how, for example, British writers are approaching this topic, to look at how a range of British writers and filmmakers are dealing with this topic. And I think the best example I could give that in a way exposes the economic disparities and inequalities when it comes to migration from Eastern Europe is Ken Loach's film It's a Free World. I mean, I don't only look at literature, I look at other examples as well. But again, as a filmmaker with a overtly, socialist agenda, I wasn't surprised with his approach. And of course, as I said, I think Two Caravans is also another novel, but perhaps also Levitska, who is of Ukrainian heritage, has a better understanding, which, this is not to say that only Eastern European writers can have a truthful and a more complex representation. I mean, I was expecting that from Rose Tremaine, who actually did some research with Eastern European migrants in the UK. And the same goes to the novelist Amanda Craig, who's written several novels with Eastern European migrants. But again, very frustratingly, turn out to be stereotypes. And yeah, I mean, it's again, I'm yet to find a character, an Eastern European character that is not a builder, that is not, poor, trafficked, and sexually exploited woman. And there are some writers from Eastern Europe. A great example would be Polish-British writer Agnieszka Dale and her collection of stories called Fox Season. She's absolutely brilliant, and she's got some really interesting stories there that actually challenge these stereotypes head on in a really interesting way. But then on the other hand, we have to think about how, becoming part of the EU and having that freedom of movement is also impacting the way in which writers from Eastern Europe are addressing these issues. And I think there are a lot of critics out there who are looking at, this notion of post-communist transition as something that puts you in another form of dependency or a kind of a neo-colonial relationship. So while, we certainly benefit from the freedom of movement, the way in which people are then forced to move or forced to leave their countries because of economic precarity is actually, the point I was making about, the capitalist structures being intact, and we need to look at that as well. And there's a brilliant book by actually scholars from my region called Welcome to the Deserts of Post-Socialism. Can't remember the editor, sorry, it's a bit late here. It's nearly 6 o'clock and I had a long day. But yeah, it's a brilliant book that, again, looks at what it means, what is post-communist transition, what does it, and I think we need to also be critical of the EU as a neoliberal project, but at the same time reclaim it as a cultural project that is worth fighting for and reforming. Hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you very much.
John, you kind of answered the question. But
I was going to ask you about the end, about the lack of putting into question capitalism in the novels. I wondered if so maybe I'm being unfair, I don't know all of these novels, but I wonder if the critique is not perhaps unfair insofar as the conditions which the novelists are characterizing are themselves the result of the logics of capital anyway. So there's a sense in which it's the unquestioned backgrounds that structures the narratives as it is. But then the second question would be, I guess, and then you've begun to answer this, what would it mean in the contemporary novel to question capital? I'm thinking of a novel that Tomek referred to earlier by Gores, which is called Standing Heavy, which I think begins to do that in very interesting ways. But anyway, that's just some ruminations while I was thinking about which is. Oh, sorry, one last thing. There is a recent novel in which the Polish character is a policeman in the British police and is taken on by Anders Lustgarten and is taken on a boat to stop immigrants coming in. And one of the immigrants is killed by the police captain that he's with. And the question of his Polish heritage then becomes really central to the unfolding of the narrative.
What's the name of this?
It's called Three Burials by Anders Lustgarten. But it's interesting in this case, he's obviously second generation or perhaps has been in Britain a long time but has joined the police force. Anyway.
That's promising. I mean, obviously it's been a couple of years since I've written the book, and I've then moved on to other area of research. So I've I've stopped following, and I'm always looking for recommendations if there is a character that is much more complicated. I've actually examined a PhD in the UK recently, where again a young writer is precisely addressing these issues. So, and I know someone else who's actually a Bulgarian author who is also writing a novel. So I hope that there will be more narratives coming out of Britain by writers of Eastern European background, whatever that means. Or perhaps it will, this trend will fizzle out, because so far, I mean, it's interesting that, Eastern European characters in many of these novels are token characters, and you don't get that sense of complexity at all. I mean, I will read about the policeman, absolutely, and what I think. But yeah, your question about the novels being a product of capitalism, of course, yes. I mean, that is the kind of the ideological base behind it. But I think if you are writing about migration, and particularly economic migration, then as an author, you should have some awareness of the kind of the underlying structures and how they continue to impact on the characters that you're developing. But of course, writers may not be thinking in such a political way when they're writing their books. So perhaps we as literary critics are reading those novels in a particular way. But I think what's frustrating for me when I'm reading these novels or watching programs or films about the recent Eastern European migration to Britain is that there are very few examples that actually question those structures, and that's something that I would like to see being more, I suppose, present in literature. Sorry, what was your other question, Mark?
There wasn't, that's fine. It was only this too.
We'll continue this conversation when you come back, for sure.
Well, we have lots to talk about when I come back.
We do.
Do we have any other questions? If not, then thank you very much. It seems that we reached the end of the first day of our workshop. On behalf of the team, I would like to warmly thank all today's lecturers for very inspiring presentations. And we are very happy to see you all at the dinner tonight. And we will continue our discussions just tomorrow morning. And now I give the microphone to Tomasz.
Yes, two technical. Two technical information. First one is there is a group of establishment that wants to go to the hotel first and refresh themselves. So, to be honest, we should start a little bit later, like 7:30, okay? Because of this. Yes? Yes? Okay. So we need to have some time to go to the hotel Mercure. Then there, Mark knows the way, yeah. Not so far. The other thing is that tomorrow in the morning we go to the migrant point to Marta, and she will welcome us there.